right seat. And we can begin in 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon. I would like to call to order the Pierce County Council. Today is April 29th, 2025. The time is 3:03, and would like to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Yambe?
Here.
Councilmember Krueger? Here. Councilmember Denson?
Here.
Councilmember Herrera?
Here.
Councilmember Morrell?
Here.
Councilmember Ayala?
Here.
Councilmember Hitchin?
Here.
You have 7 members present.
With 7 members present, we do have a quorum. That brings us to the Pledge of Allegiance of the flag led. Do you have something? Okay. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag led by Councilmember Denson, followed by a moment of silence dedicated to our men and women serving overseas in the military. When the land acknowledgement is read by Councilmember Denson, again, we will have a moment of silence between the two, so the flags are behind us. Councilmember Denson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional homelands of the Coast Salish tribes. Coast Salish people have lived on and stewarded these lands since time immemorial and continue to do so today. We recognize that this land acknowledgement is one small step towards true allyship, and we commit to uplifting the voices, experiences, and histories of the Indigenous people of this land.
Thank you, Councilmember Denson. Before we begin, I'd just like to thank everyone for participating in our council meeting this afternoon. We do have restrooms on this floor, both right outside the chambers is the women's restroom, and at the end of the hall are the men's restrooms. There's also restrooms on other floors. And in addition, there's overflow seating right outside the chamber door where you have full access, and you'll be able to come in and provide public comment if that's part of why you're here today. In addition, we do have plans to open up downstairs on the 100 level if we need it in one of the courtrooms. We did not want to interrupt court proceedings today because they just needed to get some things done. So I just want to remind everyone that the point of this meeting is to engage with your elected officials. It's not a dialogue back and forth, but for us to hear your concerns, questions, comments. We aren't going to talk back to you about things. We aren't going to answer your questions, and sometimes that can be a little confusing because you'll ask a question and just we don't say anything back, and it's very intentional. We are hearing you. And we want to make sure that everybody is having a productive meeting, that we feel respected and included. Pierce County Council is committed to open and transparent government, and we value your public input. We ask that all participants, whether in person or on Zoom, which will be an option as well today, or those that are attending in some of our I guess, out-of-chamber spots, are allowed to participate. We ask that you be respectful of the speakers, whether you agree or disagree, and that disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. We are going to be using time limits, and just based on how many we have on Zoom and how many are in the room and how many are already in overflow, I'm going to ask my colleagues about moving to 2 minutes for public comment on ordinances and resolutions this afternoon. And I know that that will give some people that might be here to speak a little bit of time to think about what they want to say, but I want to make sure we hear from everybody. But I know we also need to be respectful of our hardworking staff and people that want to get home. So does anyone object to moving to 2 minutes for resolutions and ordinances, and we can see where we are with community forum? Seeing no objections to that, so please be mindful of that. We will be holding public comment for the ordinances and resolutions today to 2 minutes. And we'll have timers available, and we'll go over that again. If you've submitted written comments, whether they're online or through the portal, we have seen those. They are part of the public record. They're in our packets. Council meetings are a space for civil discourse, and we ask that all participants help maintain the tone of mutual respect and constructive engagement. On today's council agenda, there will be multiple opportunities for public comment. On the consent agenda, you may provide comment on any final action item. This does not include items placed on the consent agenda for introduction and scheduling. During section 8 of our consent agenda, or 8 and 9 of our agenda, we will take public comment on each individual item. And then under community forum, there will be an opportunity to address the council on topics that were not up for final action. So you don't get a double bite at the apple there. And there is information at the bottom of that front page. I also want to remind people that when people are making comments, sometimes they're very nervous, sometimes they're a little stressed, so we want to be respectful, and that your response as an audience, clapping, booing, anything like that, can be really intimidating, and we want people to feel like they can say their piece. We want people to have the ability to speak, and so we're just going to be mindful of that. We all have those responses, we have those things that people say that maybe we don't agree with, but we want to be able to hear them today, no matter what side you, not side, it's not wrong choice, no matter how you're feeling about this. So please be mindful of that as we do this, and I do appreciate your cooperation with that. So do any of my colleagues have questions? Just want to make sure. Staff, anything I left off that you reminded me to say 3 times, which I appreciate? Okay, so we are going to move to approving the agenda. Or is there any objection to the agenda as presented today? Seeing none, the regular agenda is approved. We are now moving to the consent agenda. On today's consent agenda, we have 1 set of minutes, 2 appointment resolutions for final action, and 1 grant for approval. I'm going to look one more time. I know we have one of our appointees here, and I'm not seeing our second. So Vice Chair Herrera for a motion.
Chair, move approval of the consent agenda as amended, moving items C2A to section 8.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda, moving item C2A to section 8. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, this is good practice. I'm going to open this up for a public comment. You're only speaking to the items on the consent agenda. So again, it's 1 set of minutes and an appointment resolution that was not pulled. So this would be the appointment resolution for Marcus Young to something. Frederickson Land Use, thank you, Councilmember Krueger, and a grant. And so if you had something to say about one of those items, you would come to the podium. And you'd have up to 2 minutes to speak. Seeing none, we are going to go to, we don't have anyone in courtroom 100 yet, do we? Then we will go to our Zoom room. Again, this is only for the consent agenda.
For any member of the public that would like to provide comment on today's consent agenda, please press the raise hand icon on Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. We have one hand at this time, Madam Chair. Ronald Montgomery.
Ronald, do you have comments on the consent agenda today?
I was experimenting to see. I did it prematurely before things started, so to understand at this point what the option is. So sorry.
It happens all the time, especially with Zoom. So thank you for attending. I'm going to close public comment on the consent agenda and bring it back before the council. Are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we are going to ask the clerk to please call the roll on approval of the consent agenda as amended.
Councilmember Morrell?
Aye.
Councilmember Denson?
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera?
Aye.
Councilmember Krueger?
Aye.
Councilmember Ayala?
Aye.
Councilmember Yambe?
Aye.
Councilmember Hitchin?
Aye.
With 7 ayes and 0 nays.
With 7 ayes and 0 nays, the motion is adopted. That brings us to Messages from executive, judges, and prosecuting attorney. We do have 3 elected officials beyond the council in the room today, and we are going to let them speak. I'm going to do the part that's here first, which is to read the printed messages that were sent ahead of them being here. The first is, give something really, okay. A message saying that the executive pro tem signed and approved on April 18th, Ordinance O-2025-509, an ordinance of the Pierce County Council amending ordinances 2022-14S and O-2024-514 and adopting new voting precinct boundary maps. And then the second message from the executive transmitting the following ordinance, which was approved and signed on April 22nd, 2025, which was Ordinance 2025-507, an ordinance of the Pierce County Council adopting a new chapter 2.113 of the Pierce County Code, Community Needs Fund. So at this time, I'm going to go to Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question of legal. I have never seen this before in the 6 years that I've been on this council, but Executive Pro Tempore signed an ordinance. Can you kind of explain that to me? And I'm probably going to be highly jealous.
Thank you for the question. It is very unusual or rare. In all my years here, I don't know that I've seen it more than once or twice. The charter does authorize the council to elect an executive pro tem, and your council rules of procedure, which are codified, do provide for one of your members of leadership to be an elected executive pro tem, which we do have. The executive pro tem will serve when the executive is absent or unavailable. This particular ordinance was adjusting precinct boundary maps, and it did have a deadline. It had to be in effect a certain number of days prior to filing week for this year's primary and general elections. And at that time, the executive was unavailable to sign the ordinance, and so the executive pro tem undertook those duties and signed the ordinance. Now, just a note is that the executive pro tem is not authorized to veto anything.
Well, thank you for that explanation, and thank you for the first, and thank you, Executive Mello, for making it happen. Thank you, Councilmember Denson, for signing something. Okay, thank you.
I asked the same questions. I had a preview. Okay, we're going to go to Councilmember Denson.
I think Councilmember Morrell is just jealous because he didn't get to sign anything as executive pro tem. And I will say I had to drive back in here on a Friday night to sign that. So we are committed public servants here in Pierce County.
20 years I sat in that office and never signed anything.
Your big moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for serving in various ways we get called on. Okay, so we're going to start with Executive Mello this afternoon to share some comments, followed by Sheriff Swank and our prosecuting attorney, Mary Robinette. Thank you all for joining us. Executive Mello.
Well, thank you, Chair Hitchin and members of the council. Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Mello, Pierce County Executive. So honored to serve all the people of Pierce County as the county executive. Executive Pro Tem Denson, thank you for stepping in and doing that. It's very helpful. And so appreciate this council's partnership on so many fronts here in the first 5 months of the year. Councilmember Morrell, so sorry for missing your in-district meeting. The in-district meeting with the most highest ever in-district meeting there at Crystal. I saw the videos and the photos, and you and your office always put on a very informative and interesting in-district meeting. My team and I were back here till pretty late into the day doing budget development, readying, we have months of budget development to get ready for the council. So we were back here. I'm sorry we missed, but I hear it was great as usual. I want to thank the many community members that are here today to have important conversation with the council, both in person and online, and thank you for your commitment to transparency and community involvement. It's so heartening to see democracy in action at the local level, where every decision has really real impact on the people we call our friends, our neighbors, our coworkers, and our family. You know, this is why my administration is focused on the vision of building communities that are safe, welcoming, and connected. Each one of these words, building communities that are safe, welcoming, and connected, are intentional. They're very intentional to us. Every person in our community deserves to be safe. Safe from crime, safe when using our roads, our sidewalks, our trails, our parks, safe in a home that they can lay their head at night and can afford, safe at school from gun violence, from bullying. Every person deserves to feel welcomed. Welcomed in these chambers like you do so well, welcome when visiting or interacting with a county department, and welcome as a resident in this community. We want everyone to feel welcome, regardless of their zip code, their income level, the language they speak, the color of their skin, the people they love, or their physical ability. And every person needs to feel connected. Connected to opportunity, whether it's learning a new job skill or finding a job, connected to health services, and most importantly, connected to other people. The epidemic of loneliness is really acute here and across our country, and it causes real harm. We want to nurture connection that keeps our young people, our elders, and our most vulnerable feeling seen and supported. Today, you'll be considering 3 actions that align with this purpose of building communities that are safe, welcoming, and connected. And I'm so grateful that you scheduled these for public hearing and final action today. All 3 of these initiatives my team has been working on hard and are great demonstrations of building a Pierce County that is safe, welcoming, and connected. First, Vision Zero. Resolution 2025-132 is the resolution officially launching our Vision Zero initiative. Communities that are safe are communities where people can walk, ride or roll, drive their car, and arrive at their destination safely. I so appreciate the family of Michael Weilert for being here today. Amber, thank you so much. Their story is one that is far too common, and it's entirely preventable. Amber, you and Michael inspired me, inspired this council, and everyone who got to work on putting together a Vision Zero implementation program. And it's because of you that we're called to action, and we're so grateful for you living on Michael's memory. You know, between 2018 and 2022, there were 108 fatal crashes and 296 serious injury crashes on Pierce County roads. More than 400 families' lives were changed forever because someone chose to drive impaired, speed, or simply look at their cell phone and be distracted while driving. These in-the-moment choices result in lifelong or life-ending consequences. Vision Zero takes a safe systems approach that will save lives. It's a holistic approach to improving enforcement, focusing our work on road and sidewalk design improvement, pedestrian safety, and much more. This plan is the result of extensive collaboration and partnership between law enforcement, our school districts, tribal nations, community-based organizations, and these organizations that represent people with disabilities, cyclists, and other users of our roadways who are too often most at risk of serious injuries and fatalities. I really want to thank our Planning and Public Works team for helping lead this effort, to the many partners and members of the public who lent their time and perspectives, and to the council for your work in considering the final adoption of our plan. And then after tonight, we have so much work to do to then implement the plan. But it's an important first step. Secondly, this afternoon, another action today is Ordinance 2025-510. This ordinance will eliminate a requirement related to E-Verify. Other jurisdictions have already ended use of this flawed system. And we have heard from contractors, service providers that we depend on for service delivery every day here in Pierce County, and others who say this additional step is redundant and it adds unnecessary delay to the contracting process. The flaws of E-Verify are very well documented and don't just affect one type of worker. Data entry errors, because there are human errors in data entry. The information gets into the E-Verify system by humans, and there is human error. Mismatches for people with hyphenated last names are often drive error. People who have had their name changes because of marriage or other life-changing experiences. These errors create confusion, anxiety, and delays for both employers and employees. Look, the I-9 process, the federal I-9 process, already ensures we collect the proper employment eligibility documentation to make sure someone is legally eligible to work in this community and in this country. And we follow the I-9 process. Building communities that are welcoming includes making it easier for the county to hire skilled employees without unnecessary and burdensome bureaucracy. I really hope you'll support this common sense measure. And finally, this afternoon, you'll also consider a resolution I sent to you, Resolution 2025-139S. This resolution follows the executive directive that I issued last month related to immigration enforcement. State and federal law are both very clear. Immigration enforcement is the sole responsibility of our federal government. My directive and this resolution do not change that. If, when, or how our executive branch county departments assist in criminal investigations. Let me repeat that. My directive and this resolution do not change if, when, or how our executive branch county departments assist in criminal investigations. What this directive and resolution do is assure that Pierce County is safe and welcoming. People can feel safe and welcome coming to our offices and seeking assistance. People can feel safe and welcoming when needing to report investigations or the need for assistance, emergency services, when the crime has been convicted against them. Sadly, this assurance is necessary in these times when many people in our community are afraid. The chilling effect of current federal immigration actions means a growing number of people in our community don't feel safe reporting a crime, helping with the investigation, or seeking emergency services in this community. The people we're talking about, they're our neighbors, they're our friends. These folks work hard every single day. They're raising families, and in many cases, they have lived here a long time. They contribute their skills and their time to strengthening our economy and our neighborhoods. Public safety depends on public trust. We earn that trust by communicating clearly what we will and won't do when people contact our offices. This is my attempt to do my part to communicate about the policies of the departments that I am charged to oversee, and I hope other elected officials in Pierce County will do theirs. Madam Chair, thank you for the time today. Thank you for considering these three really important measures in front of you. Thank you, council members, for considering this action. I know you've been incredibly deliberative and thoughtful with your many questions. It's one important step to affirm our support for building communities that are safe, welcoming, and connected. And I thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I will pause. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff Swink.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Keith Swank, and I'm honored to serve as the Sheriff of Pierce County, Washington. Today, I will address 3 specific and very serious agenda items. Number 1, the Vision Zero traffic revision proposals. Number 2, the county's unconstitutional immigration policies. And number 3, the proposed repeal of the E-Verify requirements. Vision Zero is founded on a false and dangerous assumption. The assumption is that traffic fatalities in Pierce County are not primarily caused by criminal behavior, but instead can be remedied through minor regulatory changes and misdirected, extravagant spending that benefits a handful of private interests at the expense of our citizens. This approach ignores the reality we face on the streets every day. Lawbreakers, not a lack of regulations, are the primary cause of injury and death on our roads. Diverting scarce resources into projects that fail to address these underlying causes will only deepen public distrust when, inevitably, the money is spent and fatalities continue. The Council's own action plan survey is unequivocal and outlines the public's understanding of the problem. 66.7% of the public demand more patrols, making it the top request in the entire survey. 40% of Target Zero indicators cited in the county are directly tied to law enforcement gaps. And a clear majority call for stricter enforcement of current laws by more than double of any other suggestion. The public's message is clear. They demand stronger enforcement, not hollow initiatives and wasteful spending on minor traffic revisions. Repeat and recidivist offenders account for a high number of these preventable, fatal incidents. Yet, rather than fully punishing these offenders and fully funding law enforcement to address this pressing danger, we risk pursuing policies that would squander limited resources and erode public trust. When enforcement is weakened, programs like ticket cameras and traffic alterations become little more than cash grabs for private contractors who lobby and reward heavily for their adoption. Even more troubling is a broader agenda embedded within programs like Vision Zero, which is an effort to force our lower-income citizens into public transportation, effectively restricting their agency of freedom of movement, fundamental freedoms that I am committed to protecting. Resolution 139, in conjunction with Keep Washington Working Act, represents a deliberate and illegal attempt to obstruct cooperation between local and federal agencies charged with protecting our communities from violent criminal illegal aliens and transnational cartels. Policies like these that defy federal law also place at risk the critical federal funding our government needs, a price our citizens should not be forced to pay for crass political gamesmanship. The Council's effort to repeal E-Verify requirements could risk running afoul of the federal acquisition regulation and additional mandates federal authorities impose. Consequences could potentially range from fines to jail time to, yet again, the catastrophic loss of federal funding. Consequences that I will not allow the Sheriff's Office to risk. Sadly, we are now witnessing the arrest of sitting judges for interfering with federal immigration enforcement. It's deeply concerning that this council would consider continuing down this similar unlawful path. Let's be clear. Local jurisdictions are not sovereign nations. Local jurisdictions cannot create their own immigration laws. The Pierce County Sheriff's Office is an independently elected office, not the arm of the council or the executive. My sworn duty is to enforce the law and protect the citizens of Pierce County, not to carry out unlawful orders and political mandates. In closing, I respectfully urge the council to reconsider these misguided proposals. Instead, following the clear will of the people we serve, I propose we focus on fully funding law enforcement first, prioritizing patrols and the strict enforcement of existing laws, protecting the federal partnerships that help keep our county and nation safe, and upholding the independence and integrity of the elected sheriff's office. If we seek safer roads, safer neighborhoods, and renewed public trust, we must act accordingly. I stand ready to collaborate with the council and the executive, but I would never compromise the safety, security, or freedom of the citizens I have sworn to protect. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And we are going to ask the prosecutor if she would like, if anybody had a question there. Okay. Madam Prosecutor?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. I was not aware that I'd be invited to speak today, but I appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to keep it very brief and tell you how honored I am to serve as legal counsel for this county. My client is the county. I take my position very seriously as I'm sworn to uphold all state and local laws and intend to do so. And again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm not a policy maker, so I'm not going to speak to any policies, but just reiterate how honored I am to serve in the capacity I do. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Okay. We don't usually have multiple elected officials beyond the council in the room, so I wanted to make sure we honored that. So we pulled something off of the consent agenda, so I'm going to draw my colleagues' attention back to under final action from the consent agenda. It was item 2A, and I'm going to go to Vice Chair Herrera for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move proposal number R2025-144 for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt Resolution 2025-144. Can the clerk please read?
Proposal number R 2025-144, a resolution of the Pierce County Council confirming the appointment of one new member, Kim Field, to the Pierce County Conservation Futures and Open Space Citizens Advisory Board to fill an unexpired term.
Thank you very much. And we are joined by Ms. Field today. If you would like to come to the podium and introduce yourself, if you would like, and why you'd like to serve, and thank you.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. First of all, thank you for making those trails safe. I've been an advocate of the Pioneer Crossing and the trail, Foothills Trail, for years, and how unsafe that crossing is. So I thank you in advance for getting those lights up in September. I'm excited for that. As someone who uses that trail as a business and an individual, it is greatly needed. Now, on the appointment, I am really super excited because I'm all about the green space and preserving and recreating, and this is going to be a great opportunity for me to learn more about our amazing community. I thank you all for your service. Executive Mello, all of you, you do a great job, and I am honored to serve.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Is there any questions for our appointee? Okay, seeing none. We have to do a public hearing just like we did with the consent agenda. So we're going to open this up for public hearing. If anyone would like to speak on this appointment, you'll have up to 2 minutes, and this is on the adoption of Resolution 2025-144. We'll start in chambers. Not seeing any. And then we do actually have our overflow room now open. So if you're feeling a little tight and you wanted to have a lot more space, we have an entire courtroom on the first floor. It's available if you're feeling a little claustrophobic. Is there anyone anywhere else? Nobody's running into chambers. So Mr. Dominique will go online. Again, this is to speak only to this appointment.
For any member of the public, I'd like to provide comment on proposal number R 2025-144. Please press the raise hand icon in Zoom or star 9 on your telephone keypad. We have one hand at this time. Dana Coggin. Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. This is Dana Coggin. I'd like to actually share my professional endorsement of this candidate. I've worked with Kim on various events and things through Conservation District impacts, and I think that this is a fine appointment to this committee. So just wholeheartedly endorsing that, and I know there's a lot on the docket, so that's all I'm going to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for taking part in our process here. And Ronald, we see your hand still up. We're assuming that you are still preemptively raising your hand for something later. But can we just call on him since his hand is up just to make sure? I don't want to get a foul of. Mr. Montgomery, did you want to speak on this, or were you trying for something later? Okay, he's not unmuting, so I'm going to assume that's where we are and close public comment on Resolution 2025-144. Seeing no other hands raised, we'll close it and bring it back before the council. If the clerk could please call the roll.
Councilmember Denson.
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera.
Aye.
Councilmember Yambe.
Aye.
Councilmember Ayala.
Aye.
Councilmember Krueger.
Aye.
Councilmember Morel.
Aye.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes and 0 nays.
With 7 ayes and 0 nays, the motion is adopted. Thank you very much, Kim, for your willingness to serve. Okay. That brings us to Resolution 2025-132. I'm going to ask Councilmember Yambe for a motion.
Oops. Lost. Oh. Madam Chair, I propose to pass proposal number R 2025-132.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve Resolution 2025-132. Can the clerk please read into the record?
Proposal number R 2025-132, a resolution of the Pierce County Council related to traffic safety and adopting the Pierce County Vision Zero Action Plan with goal of achieving 0 traffic deaths and serious injuries on Pierce County roadways by 2035.
Thank you. And we're going to go to Ms. Rhett Hunt to brief.
Thank you very much. My name is Erica Rhett Hunt. I'm Council Policy Staff. Approval of Resolution 2025-132 would adopt the Vision Zero Action Plan that commits the county to the goal to eliminate deaths or serious injuries from traffic collisions by 2035. It received a due pass recommendation from the Economic and Infrastructure Development Committee. Preparation of the action plan was directed through Resolution 2022-118, which directed Planning and Public Works to begin working on the plan and provide regular updates. An equity note is included in your packet. The Vision Zero Action Plan is based on analysis of local data and more than 2 years of public and stakeholder input. Vision Zero aligns with the Washington State Target Zero Plan, as well as the federal Safe System approach. It outlines a variety of implementation strategies the county can employ in pursuit of its goal, including roadway design, speed reduction, driver education, traffic enforcement, and other preventions. The proposal has a de minimis fiscal impact. The funding for the strategies will come from a variety of sources, which include existing safety programs, such as our Safe Routes to School program or our Neighborhood Traffic Safety program. It will come through safety improvements that are integrated into the road projects when the county improves or changes road segments. Grant funding, such as the federal Safe Streets for All grant, which is open to applications now and accepting applications with a June deadline. Any future budget allocations would be subject to council review and approval. Today, we have here Mike Galizio and Sean Phelps from Planning Public Works. They can answer any questions that you might have, but they've asked their consultant, Brian Chandler, who's on Zoom, to give a brief high-level presentation of the process. And it is very brief and very high-level, so please enjoy, Mr. Chandler.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Just quick sound check. Is my audio coming through okay?
We can hear you well. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I do believe there's a short slide deck that should, there it comes. Perfect. This looks like the plan itself. There was a PowerPoint. It's just about 4 slides.
Ms. Ruthunt, do you happen to know what page the slide deck was in the
Yes,
400-page packet we had today?
I'm going to get to it here.
Oh, good. Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon. Pleasure to be with you today. Just briefly, my name is Brian Chandler. I'm the National Director of Transportation Safety at DKS Associates, also the Consultant Project Manager for the Vision Zero Action Plan Development Project through Planning and Public Works.
Almost there, sorry.
Yeah, all good. Thank you.
Does this look right, Ms. Ruthunt?
That looks correct. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Yeah, very briefly, just showing the timeline. Some of this has already been shared with you today, but the adoption of 2022-118 endorsed Vision 2035, and then we started this effort last year in spring of 2024. If you go through the timeline through the winter, and then February to now, we've had various versions, drafts of the Vision Zero Action Plan, landing to today, where we have the County Council consideration for adoption that I'm allowed to share the information about and bring to you today. Next slide, please. The plan itself has dozens and dozens of strategies related to safety. We did go through an entire effort analyzing data, spending some time with the public. We've shared this with you all, with the EIDC as well. Just some of those examples are looking at some of these particular areas of focus. We call them emphasis areas in traffic safety. So you can see some of these emphasis areas are impairment, lane departure. This would be vehicles or drivers running off the roadway typically, enforcement and speed management, and intersections. And you can see various strategies there under each of these areas. This is, again, just a subset of those types of strategies that we can use to prevent future crashes, and in particular to prevent the severity of crashes if they do occur. And the entire point being to eliminate fatal and serious injury crashes within the county. Next slide, please. Some of the other focus areas that we have are young drivers, older drivers, active transportation. This would be predominantly bicyclists and pedestrians, and also motorcyclists, who tend to be overrepresented in fatal and serious injury crashes. And you can see, just not to list any of them, but just the combination of strategies here are both connected to infrastructure. What are those engineering projects, design projects that we can put in place that do improve safety? And then also, what are other education and enforcement initiatives that we can use to improve safety as well? We've seen over time that addressing a combination of these needs, there is no single silver bullet to get to zero, but a combination of these strategies is what can allow us to move towards a safer transportation system. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the USDOT's Safe Streets and Roads for All program had their most recent notice of funding opportunity opened up just a few weeks ago at the end of March. And there is a grant application due at the end of June. To be eligible for these grant funding for additional safety funds, a safety action plan must be adopted. So as part of what the action will be today to adopt the plan would also make the county eligible to seek additional grant funding this year. Next slide, please. And that is all for me. So happy to answer any questions. Also, I know that Mike and I believe Commander Sean are available as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chandler. We'll see if anyone has questions. I do want to ask if department staff have anything to add to that since you're here, and then I know you're available for questions. Okay, we'll go to Councilman Monroe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question to the consulting firm. How much did we pay for the study, and where did we get the funds to pay for that study?
Yeah, let me ask the second question first. I do know the answer. It was through the same SS4A program. So SS4A offered federal funding on an 80-20 match, so 80% of the funds were provided by the federal government. There was a 20% local match by the county. I don't know for sure if that match was cash. It didn't have to be only a cash match. And I actually don't remember the dollar value of the contract, but I think Clint may have that information.
So do you have any idea?
Oh, I think Clint has his hand up. I think you may have that. Council member, is that okay?
Mr. Ritter, do you have an answer to that?
Yes, I do. So again, Clint Ritter, Planning and Public Works, Transportation Programming Manager. So the total cost of the plan development was $500,000. As Mr. Chandler indicated, it was an 80-20 match, so $400,000 of that came from the federal government through the SS4A program, and then $100,000 was provided in local match, and the source of that was county road funds.
Okay. My follow-up comment pertained to a comment that you just said pertaining to going after the SS4A grants with the Safe Street Roads Program for All. You said that we have to have a Vision Zero active plan to get a grant.
In order to be eligible for the Safe Streets and Roads for All program, to do additional, there's various grant funding areas or parts. So one of those is called the implementation grant funding. That allows the ability to go after larger funding sources. So in this case, this was a $500,000 or a $400,000 grant to do the plan. There's tens of millions of dollars available to do implementation projects under SS4A as well. In order to be eligible for the implementation portion of SS4A, a city or county must have an eligible safety action plan. And this plan that we've developed, the Vision Zero Action Plan, is an eligible plan under those federal rules.
And there again, I think you said it correctly the second time. This is one of the many plans, that safety action plans that are eligible. Because my conversation, I sit on the Puget Sound Regional Council Executive Committee. We brought up this subject matter because there was only a handful of areas that got the grant to develop Vision Zero Active Plan. I think there's 86 jurisdictions available for the Safety Action Plan. That is why the Regional Council put together the Regional Safety Action Plan, which we will be voting on in May, as a tool to be used. And they said in that meeting, and I have the email, that just because you don't have a Vision Action Plan, you could use their tools in their toolbox to apply for any of the SS4A grants, which are, as you indicated, open up July 26, 2025. That's my understanding, and that's the email that I have here. So I just want you to, I just wanted to clarify that. So thank you.
Thank you for the questions and for the responses. We'll go to Vice Chair Herrera.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question on the funding. I think Ms. Rett had talked about some of the funding is coming from many different sources. One of those was Safe Routes to Schools. As we move forward and we identify a program that's in Parkland or some other area that's a priority, does that mean that my district that has schools is going to have to wait on a sidewalk to their school or to subsidize something over here?
No, not at all. It only acknowledges that the county already has existing safety programs within its 6-year TIP, and some of those projects would would also be implementing the strategies. It doesn't change of Vision Zero. It doesn't change the prioritization of those projects under the programs that they're already in.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify again. Am I understanding then that the PSRC plan or PSRP plan validates the safety action plan equivalent to adopting a Vision Zero plan for gaining points for grants? And the plan for PSRP is already done or about to be done. Is that correct?
Ms. Rhett Hunt or Mr. Ritter?
So the PSRC is developing a regional safety plan that would also qualify for these grant applications. And in the presentation that happened last week to the executive board, they acknowledged that communities that didn't have their own local version of the plan could potentially apply for funding through the regional plan because it covers the whole region. So our local plan does have local data, local information, local strategies based on local input. If we did not have this plan, we could use the regional strategies, the regional data to apply for the grant. That is correct.
So there's like double studies?
Well, at the time when the county set a resolution to launch the local, to develop the local plan, it wasn't known that the regional agency was going to develop a regional plan. So it ends up that now they're both, the local plan is ready for your consideration for adoption. The regional plan is also nearly ready for consideration for adoption at the same time, but it wasn't known when the county started this that there would be a regional plan.
Mike Delizio with Planning and Public Works. I want to clarify the differences between the PSRC Regional Safety Action Plan and this Pierce County Vision Zero Action Plan. Our plan focuses on the local system, and the strategies that are identified are strategies specific to our county-owned roadways. So if we were to apply for a Safe Streets for All grant, we would have to identify the specific strategy from our local plan if we wanted to move forward with certain strategies. The PSRC Regional Safety Action Plan, its focus is on the interstates and state highways and roadways that are classified as principal arterials. So they're looking at the much larger types of state highway facilities and local arterials. And so Councilmember Gruver is correct. Other agencies can use that regional plan to apply for strategies on those particular roads. But if it's not a strategy that's identified in the PSRC plan for their particular local roadway, then it would likely not be eligible. So that's the difference between the regional plan that looks at mostly the state highways and interstates and the arterials versus our plan, which is focusing on our county-owned roadways.
Here, if I may continue, I'm just curious, are you aware of any particular conditions that are applied to the programs if you adopt them? If you adopt this plan, then you will be looking at maybe cameras versus another plan may not have that condition if you adopt that plan. Are you aware of any differences for conditions?
The plans, the different strategies in both plans, there's a lot of strategies in common, but there are some differences. And again, our plan is recommending an action plan that identifies strategy options. And by adopting the plan, we would be eligible for apply for federal, state, and local grants of those options. but we're not asking the council to move forward with any specific strategy today. When Mr. Ritter presents the Transportation Improvement Program later this year, that's when the council decide whether certain strategies should be funded and move forward. We also know that as we look at those individual strategies, we're going to have to do more outreach with the community. We're going to have to talk to other departments like the sheriff. So there's still a lot of work to be done. But the plan makes us eligible for those grants. And it's not just the federal Safe Streets for All grant. PSRC federal grant programs are given priority in scoring to projects that implement certain strategies. And so we have a lot of those strategies in our plan. It would make us very competitive with those other grant programs. So by not adopting this plan, it would put us at a disadvantage for pursuing those grants, and it wouldn't make us eligible for the Safe Streets for All grant.
And Chair, would it be correct to, I don't want to say assume, but consider that if by adopting a plan, that later there could be grants that if you have adopted this plan, then you're eligible to apply for this grant, and it might be a grant that has a lot of money tied to it, but the stipulation of it could be very detrimental to constituents in terms of costs later on, something they really don't want, but there's a lot of money to be had. Would that be fair to say that something like that could happen in the future?
Yeah, I mean, any strategy moving forward to funding and implementation's going to have to vet it out. The impacts, community feedback, those still need to be vetted out. Today, we're just talking about adopting a plan to make us eligible for those future opportunities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the question. I do want to go to Mr. Ritter. He had his hand up while you were speaking and see if he wanted to add something to Councilmember Kruger's comments or questions.
Yeah, appreciate that, Chair Hitchin. Again, Clint Ritter, Planning and Public Works. Just wanted to add some context. Mr. Galizio did an excellent job describing things, but I think it's very important to keep in mind that this document and this action today, as I'm sure you're all aware, is not a budgetary action. It is simply a foundational planning tool that lists a variety of options to address the crash history that we've seen in the county. So there's no requirements tied to federal funding or programs. It does open up the door to be eligible to pursue some of these funding opportunities, and those decisions would come before you as all funding requests do at a future date.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since I opened up this discussion, and I'm more than willing to give this email to you on the discussion that we had at the executive board with the mayors of some of the towns. And it does say, through adoption of the plan of the PSRC will give direction to incorporated state, regional, and local safety planning into both the PSRC projected selection process and the project consistency review in the regional transportation plan. So this isn't stating it's just for state highways and intersections. It's stating local. I had conversations with the city of Kent, city of Auburn. They agreed that this was a toolbox that any jurisdiction can use to develop an action plan that they can apply for these grants. So just because we have Vision Zero action plan, sure, it's more localized. I'm not arguing that point, but it doesn't say that we can't get any grants for any safety improvements in the county. So I just want to clarify that. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Any other feedback from staff? Okay. Seeing none, I am going to open this up for public hearing. I'm inviting members. We'll start with electeds in the room. If anyone has specific comments on Resolution 2025-132, some of you said stuff at the beginning, but I just want to make sure since you're still here. Seeing none there, I'm going to open this up to public. So I have a whole lot of sign-in sheets, and many of you signed in for something. If you suddenly are inspired to speak to something else, that doesn't stop you, but I'm going to go through the sign-in sheets and look for people that specifically said this one. I'm going to start with Amber Weilert, and while she's speaking, I will look and see who else is signed in for this one.
Hi.
Ms. Weilert, and you have 2 minutes and the clock is over here, and I know you probably had 3 minutes planned, but we can always take your...
No, I just have a quick comment. As many of you know, my son Michael was killed on SR7 July 19th, 2022. He was 13. He was riding his bike and he was hit by a car. I did want to add in that the person who hit my son was not a criminal. It was an unsafe roadway, and a resolution like Vision Zero can save lives. Vision Zero will make our roads safer. So bike riders, I'm partial to people who ride bikes. I mean, it's make our roadway safer for everyone, but my son was an avid bike rider, and it would make it safer for people who ride bikes to make it home, because no other mom should have to go through and endure the agony of losing a child. We need road safety. We have young people using these roads, and we need to do everything we can to make these roads safe for them. You know, my son, him and his friends, that's their independence. You know, that's how they get around. That's how they go see each other, you know, instead of staying inside and you know, they would go ride their bikes together. They would, I mean, this is how they see each other, you know, and we need to make sure that we're providing a safe space for them and for everyone who uses our roads. And having something like Vision Zero can help to ensure that all of these kids make it home. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and for your thoughtful. Is there anyone else from your family or friends of Michael that wanted to speak? Okay. I have Queena signed in. Queena Tapo.
I might be talking to her behalf.
Okay. Well, I will let you come and speak. This is from Blue Zone, so I'm assuming you have different thoughts. So state your name for the record again, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Krista Tim. I'm the Public Policy Lead for Blue Zone's Project Parkland Spanaway, a health and well-being initiative focused on making the healthy choice the easy choice for everybody in our community. We strongly support Pierce County's adoption of a Vision Zero action plan that aligns with the state's Target Zero goal of eliminating traffic fatalities and serious injuries on the roadway by 2030. This isn't just a transportation issue. This is a public health imperative. Safer streets mean more people walking, biking, connecting with their community, everyday choices that lead to longer, healthier lives. By prioritizing safety and investing in active transportation infrastructure and education, we're not only preventing tragic crashes, we're creating a healthier, more vibrant Pierce County for generations to come. Thank you for your leadership in making zero the only acceptable number.
Thank you for your comments. We also had Ada Figueroa. And then on deck, I will try and get better at this. We had Laura, and I'm not going to try the last name. I mess it up every time. Ada?
Okay. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Ada Figueroa. Before I begin, I want to say that this is hard for me to talk about.
My voice may shake and tears may come down, but I'm here because I believe we can save lives. In June of 2024, my brother's life was taken by a reckless driver, a preventable tragedy. One person's choice changed everything. Now every birthday, every holiday, we feel his absence. He was more than a sibling. He was a devoted uncle, light in every room. His loss has left a hole in our lives that we will never fill. We were raised to believe in service, in sacrifice, and in protecting others. My father, in service of the Knights of Columbus, organizes pilgrimages to help those with moral injury from war to heal. But nothing could have prepared us for the pain of losing someone we love, not in war, but here at home, on a road where safety should have been guaranteed and sidewalks do not end abruptly. Vision Zero isn't just a policy, it's a promise. It promised that no one should die just trying to get home or taking a walk through our beautiful neighborhoods. You are affirming that every life counts, every brother, every sister, every child, and that we are willing to do the hard work it takes to protect them. This plan sets a clear, urgent goal: 0 traffic deaths and serious injuries by 2035. It's rooted in data, focused on fixing our most dangerous roads, and built around the simple, powerful idea that these tragedies are preventable. Thank you for your leadership, your compassion, and for believing, as I do, in a safer future for all of us.
Thank you for your comments. Laura and Mandy. I think is what this says. So.
Thank you, Council. Laura Swanzarek, Executive Director of Downtown on the Go. We are a local nonprofit advocating for safer streets in Tacoma and Pierce County. Thank you for your work on advancing the Vision Zero Action Plan, especially Chair Hitchen. Just under 3 years ago, we were here at Council asking Pierce County to take street safety seriously after Michael's unavoidable and tragic death. It's exciting to be at this milestone point now where we can see the action plan be passed and we can start to make that transition into implementation. Tackling traffic violence is complex. It takes time, it takes money, it takes a real commitment to changing the way that we think about roads, projects, and street safety. I wonder sometimes, I don't know if we can reach 0 traffic deaths, but what I do know is that we can make a commitment to understanding that we have a problem, we have an epidemic of traffic violence that is only getting worse, and we can commit to taking steps to make it better. Maybe we can't reach 0, but we can help fewer people to be seriously injured or killed on our roadways, and that is an imperative that we must do that. Vision Zero isn't about taking away cars or freedom or choices or any number of things I've heard people say about it. It's about ensuring that kids can get to school safely and that our seniors can access healthcare services. It's ensuring that everyone in our community can access the things that they need in order to live their lives to the fullest without being in danger, without living in fear of just trying to get across the street. So, thank you for your work on this, and thank you to the staff at Pierce County, and thank you to Amber Weilert and to the other advocates who have worked on this through this process. I'm glad that we're here at this point, and I'm excited to see this passed and be adopted, and I'm excited to come back and continue bothering you about implementation and funding and all of the fun things that we need to do to really make this work. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So, last name Pantoja. Sorry if I got that wrong.
It's correct. My name is Wendy Pantoja. I'm a member of the community. I'm in favor of this proposal. I think we have a big problem in all Tacoma, and now also we're having in all incorporated areas like Midland, we have a big problem with cars racing. So, and also in Tacoma Center, sometimes they are racing. So we hope all the city and the county put attention in these people who is putting in danger. I'm my public employer in Tacoma Public Schools. Many parents is a big concern of the parents, the safety over the roads, and sometimes the people is going over the schools like racing, and it is really dangerous for our kids. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we're going to try this, and I'm going to see if anyone is in courtroom 100 who would like to speak. And Zoom, I know you're there. Don't worry, we will get to you. I'm going to come back, but they're participating too. They've been sitting, and I would like to try this before we get to. So is there anyone in courtroom 100 that wants to speak? And we will come back to in chambers because I didn't open it up to just the calling.
We have no hands in the sign, Chair.
Okay, there's no one downstairs, but there are people there just in case anybody wanted to know. So now I'm going to open this up. If anyone else would like to speak that has not spoken, if they would like to come to the podium, and you can kind of just create a line. Again, if you could state your name for the record, it makes our clerk very happy. But
Hi, my name is Casey Weiler. I'm the younger sister of Michael Weiler, and the day he passed, July 19, 2022, he was doing the thing he loved most, riding his bike with his best friend, feeling adventurous and free. We, the people of Tacoma, need and deserve safer roads. Walking and biking is how me and my friends get around, and we should not have to fear crossing the road any longer. We need to prevent any more tragedies, because I, at 12 years old, should have never gotten a phone call saying that my brother was no longer here with us.
thank you for sharing your comments.
Hi, my name's Gemini Knoll. That's what I go by. My legal name is Sarah Osteller. I want to speak about my mother, Ruth Taylor, who was hit and killed by a distracted driver in front of her house in 2019 off of Pearl Street in Tacoma. I know that this applies to Pierce County, but this story is all too common. This is not the only person in my direct family who has been hit and killed by a car. And this was not a freak accident, right? This is the result of infrastructure that is planned around vehicles and not people. And vehicles don't have a voice. Vehicles don't talk. When I say that it is designed around vehicles, I mean the people who sell vehicles, the people who sell oil, the people who push that and lobby and fight for infrastructure that is best for vehicles and the worst for people. And so I think this is a step in the right direction, and you have my support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon. My name's Hank Theory. I've been listening to this conversation for the first time. I didn't know about this issue before. So 3 things. I don't see a problem approving this vision. The proposed solutions are based on research and good science and good engineering. And council will have total fiscal control of the entire process. I don't see a problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and participating for a first time. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this one?
My name is Emily Anderson. I left my notes at home, so sorry if I get derailed on this. But I am opposed to this Vision Zero because I see that, enforcement through traffic cameras. And as you guys said, there's strings attached to the money and projects. And like Sheriff Swank was saying, with the plans, with the cameras, those flock cameras, they're going to be able to tell who you are and monitor you. And that's not constitutional at all. We should have a right to privacy. And if we're not committing any crimes, our actions shouldn't be monitored. And I live in Orville, off of Orville Road and 162, and there's this roundabout being put in, and you guys talked about coordinating and things, and I'm just at a loss on DOT and their lack of community involvement. I talked to a member of a TAC committee, traffic advisory something, and she's like, oh, I didn't know this was up for public comment. It's the WSDOT Community Engagement Plan. It's draft, and it's for public comment up until June 8th. And it's all about public participation, and it's pretty much not there. We got a notice in the mail that said, hey, we're putting in this single lane roundabout, but we just can't change the traffic every 5 years because we have another plan implemented like Vision Zero. And they're saying because these are federal funds, the county's not involved. Well, if we take this Vision Zero into consideration to keep pedestrians safe, well, what they're wanting to do with this roundabout is going to be in total conflict of future building in Pierce County. And if anyone could point me in the right direction to get some accountability and answers, that'd be appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
This is the first time I've heard about this today. But on Hipkins, where I live, we just got sidewalks recently. And I've noticed three, not at the same time, but we have people now in wheelchairs that are out on the sidewalk that maybe before needed someone to take them there. We also had problems with rainy water and cars driving by, pedestrians. I know, I'm one of them walking to the park. So I really think this is a great idea. And as far as cameras go, they've been around forever. They're going to be around forever. I'm done. That's all.
You want your name on the record? Okay.
Like I said, I don't usually do this. My name is Kim Lopez.
Is there anyone else in chambers or in the overflow room before we go to Zoom? Okay, so we're going to go on Zoom. The rules are the same. You'll have 2 minutes, and we're going to go in order of the hands raised. So we'll start with, I'm going to guess, Terry Hurd.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yes, this is Terry Hurd. For several years, I was allowed to be on the Frederickson Land Use Advisory Commission, where we studied the Growth Management Act as infrastructure before development. Sadly, that's not the case of what we've got going on. And in our dealing with Pierce County, we have tried to address many of the issues that I've heard come up today in our community plan, but we weren't allowed to put our thoughts into the community plan if they didn't agree with everybody else's community plan and the Pierce County Regional Council's views and concepts of what we should be doing. The money that was available at that time, so those years ago, for these various plans was always handed out to the cities first and then special parts of the county that had high density or could meet certain criteria. We dealt with this concept of, yes, we have a plan. Isn't it wonderful? Well, we had transportation plans that are addressed every 6 years that were supposed to address things that were happening right now. But the funding is shifted from point to point to point, and the people still have the problem of, in my area of Frederickson, you can't walk down the streets because it's still a narrow, high-shoulder, deep-ditched county road. Please consider making a plan and a date where the funding and the completion of those plans has real meaning so that we can support the government that's supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have John Leslie. Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you. My name is John Leslie. I'm a lifelong resident of Pierce County. And as such, I'm old enough to remember when we were told that public transit had to be adopted to save us from the roadway issues from expanding populations. Well, that failed, and it seems that now the whole idea of addressing congestion has been abandoned anyway, and that leads to my issue with this resolution. It uses public safety as a smokescreen to advance walk, bike, and transit initiatives over expanding roadways. If we don't expand our roadways, we will continue to see incidences that this resolution seeks to resolve, because people are using all of our residential roads now as main corridors because there's no capacity. But the whole notion of dealing with congestion has been abandoned, and now the main impetus has been climate change. And so these initiatives aren't really about public safety, but to solving the global issue of climate change, which the residents of Pierce County are bearing a huge proportional relation to a global issue, which is becoming more and more unbearable and takes away from all of our services in Pierce County. I implore you to abandon this notion, at least be honest about what you're trying to achieve, and let's get some road capacity. That will add to safety. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Ronald Montgomery. Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I'm Ronald Montgomery. I won't be 90 until September, but I go way back when we had minimal stoplights and traffic wasn't a problem. So, but I think we got a greater problem, and I fully agreed with the sheriff's assessment of the thing. If we'd stop kidding ourselves and trying to pretend a sanctuary city or state or county.
Sir, we're talking, I'm going to pause you for a moment. We're talking on Vision Zero.
Yeah,
okay, I just want to make sure. Vision Zero is what we're looking at.
But if we'd fund the police and defend the Constitution and not welcoming crime as such as crime, you know, I was a mystery of when we had hate crime. All crime is a byproduct of hate. So let's get back with realistically. Yeah, I agree with the man that was just on that we've been misguided in this global situation for so long that's been a distraction for really what should be intended in living peaceful, quiet life with all godliness and honesty that we could get back to and quit pretending that we're welcoming people that have violated entry into our nation or into our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. We are talking about Vision Zero for my last two that have their hands raised on Zoom, so just wanted to make sure we're on the topic at hand.
Next, we have Matt Price. Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Matthew Price. I'm a resident of Pierce County in Midland. I'm also an educator in Franklin Pierce School District. I would like to speak in strong support of this proposal. As an educator, I see my students and talk to my students walking to school every single day in the dark in Parkland with no sidewalks, with no streetlights, and they routinely identify this as the biggest barrier to their safety, not crime, not dangerous drivers, but the severe lack of infrastructure that keeps them from bodily harm from automobiles. I'm also a lifelong cyclist and bike commuter and experience some of the same challenges biking to work every day. But this is the most basic step we can take to supporting our youth and our community who absolutely deserve better from us. The only crime I see here is our lack of support and lack of funding for the most basic infrastructure to keep our community safe. I would also add that there is so much evidence to show that we get out of our cars and into the streets and start connecting with each other without that physical barrier of a car, that we can start connecting and building empathy and humanity for each other, which we also severely lack based off some of the comments I'm hearing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Annabella Brock. Sorry if I got that wrong. Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
You said my name correctly. Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair. I just wanted to state, well, I guess first, I am a proud resident of Tacoma, And within the last couple of months, there had been reported 2 deaths, people that were hit and runs. Sidewalks are an issue. There aren't many. And bicyclists, even though the bike lanes, I should take a picture, are pretty interesting because they almost like merge with buses and other traffic. You have an arrow at an intersection that's marked for the bicyclists, and yet it's like, where are they supposed to go when you come at the intersection? So you almost like meet up with the bicyclists. I'm here to support those others that have the same concerns and have observed the lack of sidewalks, proper lanes for bicyclists, and that's all I have to say. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Madam Chair, next we have Alma. Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I wasn't going to speak. My name is Alma Villegas, and I just wanted to speak up because I am a consultant and do community engagement, and I actually just finished facilitating this process for a different city for Vision Zero, and I've been listening to the comments, and it's just so interesting to me. I want to echo what the gentleman said a few speakers back. This is a no-brainer. Essentially, all you're doing is just supporting the plan, and then the funding comes. The other thing that I wanted to make sure that people are aware of is that the funding, the language in the funding for Safe Streets in particular is very flexible, meaning that it can fund a wide range of different types of projects. And having just heard from different members of the community, at the end of the day, there are areas in our county and in certain in parts of our cities. I live in Tacoma, where there are more people that are at risk, and particularly the most vulnerable, our youth, our children, people with disabilities. And so I strongly support this resolution. I think it's a good plan. I think it opens up the door for a lot of funding for the city, for the different cities that make up Pierce County. And it's just amazing to me that people would not be in support of it. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else wanting to speak on Resolution 2025-132? Seeing none, we are going to close public comment and bring it back before the full council. Councilmember Denson.
Are we ready for comments?
We are ready for comments.
All right. Well, thanks to everybody who came to speak on both sides. Very thoughtful arguments. I am also befuddled, though, why this is a contentious issue at all. We have the plan. It's based on best practices from professionals that have looked, around our state, around our country, around the world for what works. It's full of options, the full range of options, and we as council and our professionals at Planning and Public Works, ultimately we get to choose which of those options are appropriate and good for our residents. I'm really glad that we have a plan that's local and specific to Pierce County, and that received input and suggestions from our communities who know our streets and our troublesome areas best. It talks about our roads, our schools. We all know the intersections. We all know the curves that are problematic. We all know the roads. I know I've got rural areas in my area where there's no public transit. We know the roads where people are walking with no roadside improvements at all, no shoulders, those dangerous spots. We know where those are. I'm glad the plan has a variety of options for us to choose from. I 100% agree with the sheriff on speed enforcement, and I'm glad to hear that our sheriff deputies are out doing more speed enforcement patrols and emphasis patrols. My residents do want that. I am really also excited about the traffic calming. My residents are always coming up with ideas for speed tables. We're going to have the first speed table, which is like an elongated speed bump in Key Center, and that was an idea brought forth to us by one of my constituents out there. We also have those little bumps, I don't know if they call them buttons or whatever, just to wake people up and tell them it's time to slow down. There's narrowing of lanes, there's trees, there's all sorts of innovative things we can do to encourage people to slow down and keep people safe. I mentioned roadside improvements, and the comment was made about kids, elderly folks, disabled folks, whether they're walking or rolling because they have to, they don't have other options, or because they want to. I mean, we want them to be able to get to their friends' houses. I know my kids walked or rolled to their jobs until they were able to ride the buses. I mean, this is important for them to get where they need to be to move on with their lives and, until they can drive, if they want to drive. Some people are able to not make that choice as well. And we want the full gamut of choices to keep them safe. As was mentioned, this program, this plan is going to make us really competitive for grant funds. And a lot of these programs are expensive. We want to make tax dollars stretch as far as possible. So we want all of those options. But as was also mentioned, we have the option whether or not to apply for the grants. We always do a cost-benefit analysis. Our departments do it first. They're not even going to bring us something if it doesn't make sense. If it's going to cost us more to build because of the strings attached, then we say no. But if it makes sense, then we go for it. And typically, because of the good planning that we have and because of our policy commitments, we are pretty darn successful. And that is a win for our county, that's a win for our residents, and that keeps all of us safe and keeps us moving forward in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. We are going to go to Vice Chair Herrera.
Thank you, Chair. And this is a sensitive subject to me. Just like anybody else, I don't want to see any more traffic fatalities or serious injuries, and that's what Vision Zero says it wants to do. Before I was up here, I was in law enforcement for over 20 years. I've been to many accidents, hundreds. I've seen what it can do to a human body, to a child's body. And that's very sensitive, and I want to be honest with what we want to achieve here today. Not just for grant money, it's just, this is about money and stuff like that, but we need to have full support. When we have a plan, you have pillars to the plan. And Vision Zero said part of getting this together is a collaborative effort with everybody, focusing on the safety, to prevent deaths, to prevent injuries. And if we're missing one of those pillars, it's not going to work. And the statement today I heard from the sheriff is that he's not fully supporting this today. And I can't see going to, like, if a general had this plan to save lives and move forward, and he's missing a vital pillar to the plan, it's going to tip over and fail. And I do not want that to happen. I think it's very important to have the full support of law enforcement, whatever that may be. In our last committee, before it came to the full council with a due pass recommendation, I asked specific questions to some of the stakeholders who were getting this together about public safety, about law enforcement. And he gave a lot of information about contacting law enforcement, contact this and that. I asked him directly if he had support from the sheriff or talked to the new sheriff, and he said he hadn't yet, but that they had support from the last sheriff. So that didn't really give me a solid answer. But hearing what the sheriff said today, it doesn't seem like we have the full support from the sheriff's office. And I think it's very important to have that pillar so that we're moving forward with a strong plan as we move forward. So, and it needs to include law enforcement.
Thank you for the comments. We will go to Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you, Chair. My comments will not take long. I echo a lot of Councilmember Dunson's comments. I do want to say a note of gratitude to staff and everyone that worked on this plan. It's a lot of work, and I appreciate folks for paving the way. PCRC is, they were a little behind in this process, and I think at the end of the day, zero deaths should be the goal. Regardless of how we get there, we don't want to see more deaths on our roads.
Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Yambe. Oh, there you go.
Very hard to follow Councilmember Denson and Councilmember, oh geez, Herrera. It's really hard. So what I can say is that in my district in particular, and you know, I have been going around and attending neighborhood meetings and meeting with neighbors, and if there's one consistent that brings Browns Point, Dash Point, Northeast Tacoma together with Midland, Summit, Waller, particularly the Franklin Pierce School District, and you know, Fife and East Tacoma, it is traffic safety and pedestrian safety. We have had, you know, multiple accidents in the district, even in the last year. And, you know, what binds both Councilmember Herrera and Councilmember Denson's comments together is that it's not just one group's job or one entity's job or whomever. It's up to each of us to make sure that we're all doing our part to make sure that things like Traffic Zero work. And because doing nothing will continue down the lines of more Michaels, more injuries and fatalities. And this gives us some tools. You don't need to use them all. It's like a menu at a restaurant. You don't order everything all the time. You can choose which ones work best for you and your communities. And it gives those tools and options to allow us to do these things. Yes, that sometimes governments were siloed sometimes, and you know, it's unfortunate that, you know, but it's great because we were all thinking the same thing. And so, you know, they were focused on regional, what works as a region, what, you know, but you're looking for different things. And even though that could cover in a grant and get additional funding, that, you know, local data is so helpful for us to understand what is happening on the ground here. And as much as it's helpful to know what is going on in the region. So just to supplement, I think that this is good. I think that it is extra tools in the toolbox that we need to have. And I support this absolutely.
Thank you for the comments. We'll go to Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, you know, a life lost is a tragedy, no matter where it happens, when it happens. And an unexplainable accident is the worst that could happen. In my district, 4 years ago, there was a death of a young mother of 3, left her barista job at Starbucks, drove 2 blocks, and got hit by a man drugged out of his mind going over 110 miles an hour. And that was at 128th and Canyon. Tragic. But one of the things that, you know, I've heard, and I appreciate everyone who's put effort, energy into this program. It's been very enlightening. Watching Target Zero at the state come about, and then watching the Puget Sound Regional Council put together their regional plan on safety, and now we sit here with, you know, Vision Zero. One of the things that I disagree with is I appreciate the goal of reducing accidents, but to say we're going to be Target Zero by 2030, 2035, it's not going to happen. So for us to put titles like that into these resolutions, I think are totally misleading. My issue with this, when it first came to council, I agreed to push it forward, but it was based on funding. We are hundreds of millions of dollars deficit in our transportation improvement programs. That is just for basic infrastructure. And now on top of that, we want to put in flashing beacons, fluorescent sidewalks to try and decrease three main causes of accidents: distracted drivers, drugged and drunk drivers, and bad driving behavior. It's kind of like the 80-20 rule. 80% in this room, great, they drive really well, but there's that 20% that we got to figure out how to reach. And just putting bells and whistles on things is not going to solve that problem. There is not a street or an intersection that Pierce County engineers design that doesn't take safety into consideration. Active transportation, to me, is very important as a bicyclist. I understand that. But what we have to understand is the Vision Zero active plan is for unincorporated Pierce County. It is not for the urban area. We cannot afford the urban improvements in unincorporated Pierce County. Simple. There's a reason why we don't have sidewalks. There's a reason why we don't have shoulders. And, I'm not going to argue and try to support previous councils on why they did things that way, but the cost to put in sidewalks is incredibly high. I've got a project up on South Hill that is a widening project on 122nd. It's the only road in Pierce County that does not meet concurrency. In other words, it's over capacity. It is a line from downtown Puyallup all the way to South Hill. We are having to spend tens of millions of extra dollars to put in bike lanes and sidewalks that go nowhere, because it's a patchwork of challenges that we have in our road systems. So, and I will kind of bring this around. Someone had mentioned engineering. In my discussions with the mayors, and this was a direct comment that one of them made, we can't engineer our way out of bad driving behavior. We can't. There's a human element. Once you get in a car, that human takes over. If you're a good driver, you're a good driver. You put the phone aside, you concentrate on what's happening in front of you, and you're aware of your surroundings. Just like a motorcycle driver, you're 360 all the time. Same thing with a bicyclist. You're constantly looking over your shoulder, round about. So I'm going to kind of bring this back and to what it is today. And one of the things that I watched pretty closely was in 2024, the city of Tacoma cut their Vision Zero dollars, 90%, because the public wanted preservations of streets more than they wanted shiny beacons and fluorescent sidewalks. So in 2025 to 2026, they went from $900,000 down to $90,000 for their Vision Zero active plan. The reason why they did that was because they rolled out a tax initiative, which was Tacoma Streets Initiative 2.0. That was their permanent funding for Vision Zero action plan. It was defeated 2 weeks ago at the ballot box by the citizens of Tacoma. They wanted preservation of their streets, not saying they didn't want safety, because we can't say that, but they had the opportunity to fund their Vision Zero action plan and chose not to do it. They wanted their streets preserved. People in my area, they want their streets preserved. They want to be able to drive on surfaces that are safe. And we have barely enough money to do that. So in looking at this, my concern is from the law enforcement end of it. If we cannot come to an agreement on how to, one, fund our law enforcement, we have the lowest ratio of officers per thousand than any county in Washington state. We have to change that. Recently, Sheriff Swank had an emphasis patrol on Canyon that took in, I think, 5 jurisdictions because we did not have the manpower to do it. But they wrote, 400 tickets on what I call I Canyon Road, because no one abides on the speed limit on Canyon Road. And I notice an immediate impact on that even today I can drive down Canyon Road and not get passed by 14 vehicles. So until we all get on the same page, we all want a safe, healthy, and vibrant community. But we need stronger penalties to have law enforcement engage, the courts engage, so that way we can get at these bad driving habits. So based on that, based on the fact that we still have tools in our toolbox for the Puget Sound Regional Council's Safety Action Plan, I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We will go to Councilmember Kerver.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for such enlightenment that sheds a great deal of information on what is more behind this. When we first were addressing the Vision Zero, I do some research on it, and I'm like, who's behind it? What's it about? Why do we have to adopt a plan just to do what's right? And so when I look at the history, while it comes from an organization, Vision Zero Network. It's a national organization that is a nonprofit, but it's one of those that's not profitable. And so they put together a program and they sell it to the country, and so we've become a cookie cutter county. And in researching this with, on the other side, and it's not because we don't want to be safe, everyone does, but it becomes so emotionally charged, we get labeled like, oh, you don't want people to be safe, and that's not true at all. I want to be able to do what's right and do the best that we can with what we have. But a goal of zero is impractical because, as Councilmember Morell punctuated, was human errors, distracted driving. And that's what contributes to over 90% of U.S. traffic fatalities. And despite that, Sweden's had a 59% fatality reduction from 1997 to 2022. But zero death still was elusive for them. The pursuit of the ideal misallocates the resources. New York had $1.2 billion in Vision Zero investments in 2014 to 2020 and yielded a 14% fatality drop. But they were diverting funds from critical needs like the infrastructure or healthcare, doing fancy things when maybe focusing on an intersection would have prevented something rather than looking at such a big picture. There are the economic and social burdens. These will strain the municipal budgets and communities, as witnessed by the defeat of the initiative in Tacoma. San Francisco had a $250 million plan by 2023, but they failed to reduce any pedestrian deaths, which held steady at 20 annually regardless. And small businesses will suffer from reduced parking and traffic flow. And with Minneapolis, they had retailers reporting a 15% revenue drop from post-reforms, according to a 2019 survey. And the socially aggressive enforcement in New York City had $1.3 million speed camera tickets in 2022, which disproportionately affected the low-income and minority drivers. So we have an over-reliance on the systems and the neglect of behavior, which this approach assumes infrastructure and rules can offset human error Yet the alcohol impaired has caused 31% of U.S. fatalities in 2023. That's the National Highway Traffic Studies, NHTSA, whatever that stands for, that part. And education campaigns are ineffective and reducing risky behaviors by only 5% over 5 years. The infrastructure changes frustrate compliant drivers, while repeat offenders are responsible for 40% of the Oslo 2022 fatalities. There are counter arguments that are overstated. Proponents highlight there was Hoboken had 0 deaths 2019 to 2023, but that's a small city. Larger cities like LA, they saw a 30% fatality rise despite their $100 million investment. Sweden gains partly stem from pre-Vision Zero vehicle safety advancements, because we do have a lot safer cars that we are driving. But that argument that lives were saved didn't justify the cost trade-offs. It was $1.2 million per mile on designs that could fund broader things that people are in need of. And while the zero death goal is unattainable, its cost burdens communities, and it does not focus on the human behavior. And it seems it would be much more prudent to invest our time and talents on financing things that are of greater benefit. And I want to say that our engineering department is some of the finest. And I can't believe they don't know what is on the roads now and can't fix it without having to adopt a plan, which also reminds me, and I'm glad that Mr. Hurd had discussed mentioning the Growth Management Act, the GMA, because that started as a regular plan, and that thing has expanded to adopting more things and more things that has gotten into a regulatory nightmare. And I'm concerned that, in a way, by adopting a plan like this, it may give a false sense of security. In the feel-good plans is what this is, doesn't necessarily fix the problems that are there. And I have to say, Mrs. Weiler, 2022 seems like yesterday. And I drive Pacific quite often. And I see that memorial. And I see his picture. And I think, if only he had stopped to tie his shoes. Well, this is such a good idea. It would be much more prudent for us to work on focusing on the areas that we know are bad. Having a plan like this doesn't stop us from doing what's right. We can do what's right without having to grab onto something that can add things more and more onto the plan, especially learning that PSRC's got something we can do that addresses the local and what's not on that plan. Our guys know it. Our team knows it. They're good. They're really good at what they do. So I just want to encourage us to be strategic with our plans that we do and focus on the dollars that we have available and doing the best we can with that. And if the additional information we had today, I would find it difficult to say yes to such a plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the comments. So I will go to Councilmember Denson.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. I just want to remind us that we are not discussing whether or not to invest money in creating a plan. The plan has been created. We have spent the money. We got a grant. We have the plan. It is a broad plan full of pretty much any strategy that we could think of would be reasonable for our community, including enforcement. And I agree, speed enforcement, DUI enforcement, distracted driving enforcement, 100% needs to be a component of the plan. And it was, I think, 2 of the bullet points in the 4 simple slides that were shown by our consultant. By voting yes today, it costs us nothing. Again, the plan is done. It costs us nothing. All it does is open up opportunities for funding so that we can incrementally make improvements in areas like where Michael lived and his family lives, areas in my community, areas that we are densifying, that we are putting more and more people that need infrastructure like sidewalks. They look like cities even though they are in unincorporated Pierce County. It just opens up those opportunities. And again, at the end of the day, it's our opportunity and our option whether or not we pursue the problem areas that we know about. We've got a specific plan. It's done. Voting yes just puts it in our toolbox and gives us an opportunity to be more competitive for this federal funding and shows that we've done our due diligence. And I would just really encourage us to say, yes, I don't see a downside to this at all. I only see upsides, and let's move on and start doing the work on our roads. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go back to Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the discussion of my colleagues, but saying this is a simple no-brainer is not a true statement, in my opinion. You know, we are setting up a expectation that I don't think we can achieve. Doesn't mean we can't try. We have tools available to us to try to implement some of these changes. But as I said, the transportation investment plan has everything laid out for the next 6 years. Sure, we can pull projects, we can shift funding, but that just means someone else doesn't get their project built. We talk about bridges. We probably have $400 million worth of bridges that are in dire need to be replaced. How are we going to pay for those? And so in doing this, in passing this, you are going to set up an expectation that you are now going to have to fund. And, you know, I've seen it before, and I guess I'll see it again. But to say this is just a simple no-brainer, I think it's an overstatement of mass quantities. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will close with acknowledgement and thanks to the staff and the many different ways that you reached out to the community to engage and solicit feedback to bring this before the council today. I appreciate the comments that have been made, and I do hear this frustration over how do we pay for things. But for too long in this county, we have had plans, and the plans have been about how to get a car to move from point A to point B as fast as it can. And that is how we have systems that now allow for people who are not walking or not driving to not feel safe. And as our population grows, as we add more and more people, we have run out of room to expand roads, and they deserve a safe way to get around. This plan commits that we will actually intentionally think about all the users on our road so that everybody can get from point A to point B safely. I don't know how we're going to pay for it, but if we don't have a plan, if we don't have some thoughts behind it, then we don't know what we're paying for at all. We don't have any intentionality around where those dollars go. And so this plan commits to that we will do that thought. We have used these stakeholders. We are using data to figure out how and where we can intentionally plan for all users. And I fully support it, really appreciate everyone that's been involved in this. So I am going to go to our clerk to see if we can call the roll on the adoption of R 2025-132. All to support.
Aye.
Councilmember Yambe?
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera?
Nay.
Councilmember Morrell?
No.
Councilmember Krueger?
Nay.
Councilmember Denson?
Aye.
Councilmember Hitchin?
Aye.
You have 4 ayes and 3 nays.
With 4 ayes, the motion is adopted. Thank you all for being here. We are going to take a recess for 2 reasons. One, many of you, like me, might have to go to the bathroom. Secondly, we've been sitting for a little while, and based on the sign-in sheets, the next resolution will be at least as long. And so I just want to have people have a chance to get some water, use the bathroom, stretch. And if you're leaving, we're rearranging seats. We'll see where we can go. So we are going to be in recess until 5:20. I am going to start at 5:20. Is that too much?
Yeah.
5:15? 5:15. We're going to 5:15. You got 13 minutes. We are in recess till 5:13.
again in 3, 2, 1.
Good evening. We are back from recess. The time is 5:15. We left off on item number 2 under resolutions, and I am going to ask Councilmember Ayala for a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve proposal R 2025-139S.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that we approve Resolution 2025-139S. If the clerk could please read.
Proposal number R 2025-139S, a resolution of the Pierce County Council affirming Pierce County's commitment to public safety, equity, and inclusive access to county services for immigrants, refugees, and all residents.
Thank you. And we have Ms. Kelly with us this afternoon to brief us on this resolution. Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Chair Hitchen and council members. For the record, Andrea Kelly, council staff. Proposal number R 2025-193S begins on page 357 of your electronic packet. By way of background, engrossed second substitute Senate Bill 5497, also known as the Keep Washington Working Act, became effective on May 21st, 2019, and requires that all Washington public schools, courthouses, publicly operated Washington health facilities, and Washington law enforcement agencies, 1, adopt policies consistent with the Attorney General's guidance, or 2, notify the Attorney General's office that they are not adopting the guidance, state the reasons why they are not doing so, and provide a copy of the agency's own policies to ensure the compliance with Keep Washington Working. Adoption and implementation of the model policies must be consistent with state and federal law. Pursuant to Keep Washington Working, all Washington organizations and entities that provide services related to physical or mental health and wellness, education, or access to justice are encouraged to follow the same process of either adopting model policies consistent with the Attorney General's office or notifying the Attorney General's office that they will not adopt the changes and their reasons why. Oops. Excuse me. Scrolling here, excuse me. Pursuant to Courts Open to All Act, or Substitute House Bill 2567, the Court Rule was adopted, Court Rule General Rule 38 was adopted April 21st, 2020, which prohibits civil arrests without a judicial warrant or other judicial arrest order from being carried out against a person who is inside a Washington courthouse or who is traveling to or returning from a Washington courthouse to attend hearings or conduct business with the court. Substitute House Bill 2567 additionally prohibits judges, court staff, court security personnel, prosecutors, and prosecuting attorney's office staff from inquiring into or collecting information about an individual's citizenship status unless there is an investigation into a violation of state or local criminal laws, and prohibits disclosing non-public personal information about an individual to immigration authorities for the purpose of civil immigration enforcement. And this is reflective of reflected in RCW 2.28310. In November of 2020, the Pierce County Sheriff's Department Policy Manual was updated to reflect policies consistent with Keep Washington Working, which restricts the extent to which local law enforcement agencies may participate in the enforcement of federal immigration laws, pursuant to RCW 1093-160. On March 25, 2025, the Executive's Office issued a directive clarifying policies and procedures of executive departments for interactions with federal immigration enforcement pursuant to state and federal laws. Along with the directive, the Executive's Office distributed materials outlining guidelines for non-supervisory county employees responding to federal law enforcement inquiries at work and procedures for county department representatives responding to federal law enforcement inquiries. County Directive 2025-01 also provides an overview of Keep Washington Working provisions and encourages county elected officials who have not yet established similar policies as required by Keep Washington Working to adopt similar policies to ensure a consistent approach to serving residents and to ensure that county employees understand how to comply with state and federal laws. The proposed resolution would enact the following: affirm Pierce County's commitment to comply with the Keep Washington Working Act, affirm the county executive's directive on federal immigration enforcement and commitment to fostering a community where all individuals feel secure in accessing public services, encourage separately elected officials to adopt and publicly share guidelines and policies consistent with state and federal law for interactions with federal agencies, And lastly, require that those policies and guidelines be made publicly available and be presented to the Health and Human Services Committee by August 31st, 2025. The Executive's Office recommends approval. We have in attendance perspective from the Executive Office, Executive Counsel Julie Murray. This proposal did receive a due pass as substituted recommendation at the April 14th, 2025 public hearing in Health and Human Services. A fiscal note which indicates a de minimis fiscal impact was completed by the Executive's Office and may be found on page 372 of your electronic packet. And an equity note was also prepared by the Executive's Office and is included in the packet on page 360. There are 2 amendments included in your packet, which I'm able to brief on when appropriate. Otherwise, that concludes my staff report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We will pause there and see if there are any questions of the underlying resolution from any of my colleagues. Seeing none, Vice Chair Herrera, you have an amendment, so we will start with you.
Okay. You want to talk about it?
Do you want to?
Yeah, I'll make the
move
motion.
it?
I move amendment number 1.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 1 to R 2025-139S. Ms. Kelly to brief.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Hitchin. Amendment number 1 adds additional recitals to support transparent government. The recitals being, whereas in accordance with state and federal law, this resolution does not interfere with or impede upon Immigration Customs Enforcement ability to carry out agency assignments within Pierce County. And whereas pursuant to the Keep Washington Working Act, this resolution relates to local law enforcement interaction for federal immigration enforcement only, pursuant to RCW, and does not impact local law enforcement's ability to collaborate with both state and federal agencies, regional task forces.
I had trouble with that too. I'm going to go to Vice Chair Herrera to discuss his amendment.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just for full clarity, I'm not supporting the overall proposal, but seeing that it has been sponsored by 4 council members, it's more likely than not that this is probably going to pass and move forward. So I'm bringing this amendment to put a little bit more clarity on there on this, that law enforcement does work with federal agencies, with task force, not just our law enforcement, but our smaller ones that don't have the tools to go after our most egregious criminals that roam Pierce County, that supply the drugs for all of Pierce County. And we're talking the pound dealers, really, really bad folks. We have, I don't know if it's still around, but TNET is one of those task force that go after our our bad drug dealers and stuff like that. And on those task force, you have U.S. Marshals, you have DEA, you have FBI, you have local law enforcement that work together that go after that. And I just wanted to make sure that that is not going away. And that's what this amendment does. Clarifies that.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on Council Amendment number 1? Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to first and foremost give thanks to Councilmember Herrera for just being very honest and transparent about what this means for him, especially with the professional background that you have. So thank you so much for that. We have received a number of public comments that I've read through that a lot of it is guided by some assumptions, and I think this particular amendment helps clarify some of those assumptions. So I do support the spirit of the amendment. I have some concerns around due process, especially with a lot of the constituents' interactions that I've had with folks. So I would like to propose or move for an amendment to the amendment, if I can, sure. That would be at the end of the first whereas, when in possession of legal court documentation, and at the second whereas at the end to add, as they relate to organized crime that creates unsafe environments for all members of our community.
I'm going to ask you to read that one more time.
Yes.
In total, so read the whereas so that
will read
everybody
the
gets the
total.
context.
Yes. So the new proposal would read, whereas in accordance with state and federal law, this resolution does not interfere with or impede upon Immigration Custom Enforcement's ability to carry out agency assignments within Pierce County when in possession of legal court documentations.
And then the second part.
The second, whereas pursuant to Keep Washington Working Act, this resolution relates to local law enforcement's interaction for federal immigration enforcement only and does not impact local law enforcement's ability to collaborate with both state and federal agency regional task force as they relate to organized crime that creates unsafe environments for all members of our community.
Okay, thank you. Is there a discussion? That was a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we amend amendment number 1, adding the following language: when in possession of legal court documentation, and then at the second whereas, as they relate to organized crime that creates unsafe environments for members of our community. Any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Vice Chair Herrera.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted clarity on the first whereas and the adjustment when in possession of legal documents. Is that a legal term that would be totally understood? I can ask or is that up for interpretation? What legal court documents are? That's enough language in there.
And we're going to go to our legal counsel, but we also have some phone of friends in the room. So, Ms. Long, we'll start with you.
I know. So I guess I would ask the maker of the amendment or the motion if the intent is to specify a warrant or something more general.
A court-ordered warrant.
Maybe I'd go to our prosecutor to see if that is clear enough to interpret it.
So to be consistent with Keep Washington Working, it would probably be best to say judicially authorized criminal warrant. That would be, a judicial warrant based on probable cause, to be consistent with Keep Washington Working.
So, Ms. Long, we have an amendment on the table that's been amended, and now we're amending language. So this is my first Robert Rules of Order challenge of the day, probably not the last. So, but we got legal advice for it, so maybe that supersedes Robert's Rules amending the amendment.
Yeah, and I think it's really just a clarification, as a result of a question from another member, if you'd want to revise.
I'm happy to revise the amendment. Yes. Oh, that's right.
Can you guide us? What did you say as far as the language that would be the best?
So,
be when in possession of.
What's prohibited under Keep Washington Working is execution of administrative warrants, civil warrants. What would be appropriate is a judicially authorized warrant based on probable cause.
There's got to be a technology I could use to help with this, but okay. So it would read, when in possession of a judicially authorized warrant.
Criminal warrant.
Based on probable cause?
Right. Yes. If I understand Councilmember Ayala's concern, that this be consistent with Keep Washington Working.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Call, do you feel like you have the language? Okay. Okay. So I'm going to go back to Councilmember Ayala and see if you are, make sure that you are comfortable with that. And then we've got some comments from other colleagues.
Yes, with that first part.
Okay.
And so may I be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Well, Councilmember Herrera was making eye contact.
I do
Okay.
have a question.
Okay,
But-
so you're, Councilmember Ayala, you're done. Vice Chair Herrera?
Question, I just want to make sure that's not going to change too much of my intent of here. I mean, one, when you're on a regional task force, you're doing investigations, and that's, you're building up to get enough evidence to get a warrant. I just want to make sure that, you know, when the FBI or the U.S. Marshals on the task force, maybe with ICE, have you seen so-and-so? What do your records say? That are we just not going to, we're not going to help them try to find where this person is at? We can't do that at all. I mean, because we're talking about, we're going after really bad people here. And I don't want to limit that. Okay, that's the intent here. We're not talking about the other things. I'm talking about the task forces.
Thank you. Is that a question for the prosecutor?
Through you to the prosecutor.
Okay.
So I'm not a policymaker. I'm trying to, yes, Councilmember Ayala's initial amendment was vague and uncertain and debatable. It was very debatable. So the clarity that I've given would very much narrow the scope, I believe, of what could be done by a task force.
Okay, thank you. We will go to Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if on the second change, when it says organized crime, was it? Does that relates to? So does that mean if it's not organized crime, then nothing works? It has to be identified as organized crime. Okay, thank you.
Did you get your answer and I missed it?
Maybe. The maker said it does, so if it's a criminal but they're not organized and it's the really bad guy, so it again negates.
Oh, Chair, if I may.
Thank you.
Yeah. The intention behind that amendment is really to not prohibit participation in task force as they relate to criminal activity.
I guess I just thought of organized as being a specific definition of something that doesn't necessarily mean everything that's criminal. So, okay.
Are you good?
I'm good, thank you.
As good as you're going to be is what I'm hearing. Okay. We will go to Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm a little confused, a little concerned about the verbal amendment taking away from what the intent of the two whereases are. I think it's pretty basic. You know, obviously I don't want to, you know, we can slice and dice wording on this all night, but I still think in reading it out, the intent is very relevant and very intentional, and adding more language to it just, to me, softens it to the point where I don't know what interpretation will be delivered. So that's my concern about verbal amendments on the fly.
Thank you for that. Is there any further questions? Vice Chair Herrera.
Thank you, Chair. I think the second part and the second whereas where there's additional wording pertaining to organized crime is just additional warning to the paragraph, and I don't think it really affects the intent on the second paragraph. However, the first paragraph, with the more narrow-scoped judicial, when in possession of illegal court documents, I think will totally trump the second paragraph in doing any of this. Maybe I'm just overthinking because I know how this process works, boots on the ground, and I just don't want to impede an investigation for our really bad folks. And I think that that addition to the additional language when it comes to the in possession of legal court documents, I think takes away the intent of that. So I don't think I can support that verbal amendment.
Okay. Thank you. So we have an amendment to the amendment, which we have now clarified. Councilmember Ayala, do you have any? Are we?
Just one comment, Chair.
Okay.
Ultimately, this resolution, the whole piece, not necessarily an amendment, is committing us to be in line with the state law and keep Washington working. My approach to this is really carried out by a lot of the comments that the public has put forward in creating clarity. When we first made amendments to the original resolution, they were driven by public comment, and so it created a lot of that language. One of the things that I'm primarily concerned about is what I've heard from many constituents around false documentation for entry. And so I do not want to create an environment in which we are encouraging false documentation when folks are doing their job.
Okay, thank you. So we have Council Amendment number 1 as amended. I'm going to put it before the body and see. This is a voice vote, everybody. So
You still need to vote on the oral amendment.
the amendment to the amendment. Okay. So this is the vote on the amendment to the amendment. Does anybody need me to read it again? Okay, so all those in favor of adopting the amendment to the amendment to Council Resolution 2025-139S, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
My ear said 4-3, but Ms. Call, do you? Well, I will look to my colleagues. Does anyone agree with an assessment that it was 4-3? Okay, the motion is adopted. So now we have Council Amendment number 1 as amended before us. And is there any other debate or comments on this? Okay, all those in favor of adopting amended Council Amendment number 1, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. We had 5 ayes is what I heard and 2 nays. Okay. So now we have before us, I'm going to mute some mics. I got everybody turned on. There we go. We have Council Amendment number 2. Councilmember Morrell.
I make a motion that we approve Council Amendment number 2 to Proposal R 2025-139S.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt Council Amendment number 2, which now I found it. We will go to Ms. Kelly to introduce.
Thank you, Chair Hitchen. Council Amendment number 2 strikes multiple recitals and sections, striking a number of recitals and adding to where the words legal, or adding the word legal to where residents and immigrants are listed in the remaining recitals.
Okay.
Another recital, again, following in that same language, in striking the word everyone, adding every legal resident, Item number 6 is a technical amendment as as the last listed, whereas would be also stricken in item number 7. And then item number 8 deletes sections 1 through 5 of the proposal and then renumbers the remaining section number 6 to section number 1.
Thank you for the overview. I'm going to go to Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very simple amendment. It simplifies the resolution. And I just would want everyone's support for this because it is so simple. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments and sharing this amendment. I'm going to look to colleagues to see if they have questions or thoughts. I'm not. There we go. Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say a few words of support in that this has been such an emotional, I think maybe the most emotional since I've been here, of bringing things out and misunderstandings and misinterpretations of things. And this just makes it simple that we support people, and I think it takes away a lot of the angst and confusion.
Okay, thank you. Any other feedback or thoughts? Okay, seeing none, we have Council Amendment number 2 before us, so I'm going to call on voice vote, like, you mean roll call? Roll call?
Yeah, roll call.
Okay, yes, we can do a roll call.
Councilmember Herrera,
On the amendment number 2, aye.
Councilmember Yambe,
No.
Councilmember Krueger,
Aye.
Councilmember Denson,
No.
Councilmember Morrell,
Aye.
Councilmember Ayala,
No.
Councilmember Hitchin.
No.
You have 3 ayes, 4 nays.
With 3 ayes and 4 nays, the amendment is not adopted. So that brings us back to our original item, but that has now been amended. So I'm going to look to my colleagues to see if there's any questions before we start the public hearing. I'm also going to turn off a lot of microphones so we don't get background noise. Okay, I'm not seeing any lights come on, so here's the plan. We closed courtroom number 1 or 100 downstairs because there was no longer a need for it, which good, bad, whatever. We still have quite a few people. We said 2 minutes. We're sticking to 2 minutes. I'm going to try and be a little more proactive because there's more people signed up, so I'm going to kind of give you a who's first, who's second, who's third, so that you know, and you can kind of start queuing so that we can get through this, because I want to make sure that we hear from everybody, and then we will go to Zoom, which just puts you in order, which is very convenient. I'm going to go through the people that signed in specifically and said yes. If you did not sign in, that doesn't mean that you can't comment. You'll be able to. I'm just going to do the ones that did the paperwork first to honor the fact that they got here and took a few minutes. No slight to anybody who didn't sign in. It is okay. So I have first signed in. I have an Eric Lundberg, followed by an Aaron DeWitt, followed by Jean Monday. So Eric, Aaron, and Jean. So Eric, if you're still in, they left. Eric left. How about Aaron? This will go much. Okay. How about Jean? Followed by Liz Scott and Vicky Stanich. And remember, if you'd like your name on the record, please state it, and then you have 2 minutes.
Okay, great. Good evening or late afternoon, council members and Robin. My name is Jean Monday, and this is a fascinating process. This is not my first time here, but it's just reminded me how orderly it is. Everybody has expectations about how it's going to work, when it's going to work, the timing, everything. I feel safe here. So it brings to mind that we are a nation and society of law and order. And I certainly concur with, I don't know if Sheriff is still here, everything he said. I oppose this resolution. And if the goals of this resolution, as stated, are safety, equity, and inclusive access to illegal immigrants, it doesn't say illegal, but I believe in the resolution it does. Illegal immigrants, refugees, and all residents. Capital R for residents, which I found really interesting because I think the focus, as representatives, should be focusing on citizens, not residents, because residents can be legal or illegal. And if we are a nation of law and order, then that should be very clear what needs to be done. Even our executive's emphasis was that the county needs to be safe, welcoming, and connected. I don't feel safe. I certainly don't feel welcomed or connected in a community where there's not safety. I think it's the safety is the main thing. But you can't provide a welcoming environment and safety for everybody. It's an impossibility by design. So I would also just say that I would wonder, in talking with the prosecuting attorney and any other legal,
conclude your
the exposure that the council has to criminal and or civil lawsuits.
Thank you.
And a financial burden.
Thank you. Liz, followed by Vicky, and then Hank.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. My name's Liz Scott. I live in Pierce County, and I support 139S. We are a nation of immigrants who enrich us with their cultures, work ethics, and who, documented or undocumented, pay taxes and fill jobs necessary to our lives and economy. We owe them protection from unlawful federal actions. No lawful person deserves to be afraid of the knock on their door or being pulled over or taken to jail or detention with no notice. I support this resolution. Our sheriff should not be diverting our county resources away from their law enforcement duties to help ICE illegally round up our community members. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Vicky, followed by Hank. And remind us that we're not going to clap or boo or do anything because it feels intimidating if you're not here to speak in the same way that just got attention. So even quiet, it's still, thanks.
Hi, my name is Vicki Stanich. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Hitchin, and Pierce County Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before the Council. I strongly support Resolution 2025-139S. I had to rewrite my notes here. Resolution 2025-139 aligns with Washington's Keep Washington Working Act, which emphasizes the significant contributions of immigrants to the state's economy and the need for policies that acknowledge their importance. As a granddaughter of hardworking immigrants who worked in sugarcane and pineapple in Hawaii, I strongly urge you to vote yes on proposed Resolution 2025-139. Resolution 2025-139 emphasizes the importance of creating a welcoming environment for all residents by promoting a policy that fosters inclusion and discourages discriminatory practices. Additionally, it is imperative that we recognize the value and diversity that immigrants bring to our community and economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. And Hank, followed by Devin and Vicky T. Hank, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Hank Theory. Good afternoon. I'm a Vietnam veteran, and I come today to talk about immigration. In 1635, my mother's ancestor fled England to come to North America. He landed in Maryland, as they called it. My father's ancestor came from France through Canada, and they arrived about 150 years ago. Both came to find work and a better life like most immigrants who come. Many came to escape deprivation, tyranny, torture, or death. What could possibly make us leave our country and travel to a strange new place? Think about that for a moment. The Statue of Liberty articulates America's apparent former commitment. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. I want to propose a new constitutional amendment regarding immigration. The amendment reads, if you have any immigrants in your ancestry, you have to leave. Simply put, to be a great country, we are either all in or all out. Remember the part of the Bible where Jesus said, love one another only if they're legal? I don't either. By the way, Jesus was an undocumented refugee and homeless. He was not white, and what we would call now an illegal alien. While this unnecessary, whoa, I lost it. I don't remember it. I only have a few minutes. Help! Anyhow, please support this resolution because it's just the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Devin, followed by Vicky, and then Michael Whalen.
Hi, folks. My name is Devin Rydell Kelly. It's lovely to see Chair Hitchen and everyone in the council here. I live in District 4, and I'm here in strong support of Resolution 139S and really doing everything possible to protect our diverse, beautiful working class in Pierce County and throughout Washington State. In this moment of political turbulence and really vitriol at all levels of government, I think it's important that we plant the flag locally as really inclusive and representative and protective of all of our community members and residents, regardless of their status. Many local municipalities and our state legislature have democratically decided to act as sanctuaries for our undocumented residents. And today, Pierce County faces a really major opportunity to double down on those protections through this resolution and following the executive's order, or abandon them. It should be the job of government to follow the most inclusive, fair, protective laws possible, particularly when they are local grounded and 100% constitutional, rather than arbitrary, hateful presidential decrees likely to be overturned anyway. This is particularly important right now, here, as the very same executive orders are going to immiserate so many other people in our working class and lead to many more crimes of desperation. This is stuff we all know is coming, and it's going to be really hard for everybody. It will further strain our overstretched criminal legal system. And why would we want that chaos? Why would we want to force local deputies into detaining innocent people, innocent undocumented folks, when there's other stuff they could be doing? Why would we want to be creating an environment like that for our most vulnerable community members and for folks that are here to serve community safety? No human being is illegal. We should stop any law enforcement locally from collaborating with ICE, and I agree with Councilmember Ayala's adding around warrants, and we should be really stopping ICE from invading our communities. So I really appreciate this resolution. I'm here in full support today. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vicky, followed by Michael, and then Richard.
Hi, my name is Vicky Tamaru. I'm here in support of R 2025-139S. The last time the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 was invoked against people in the United States, it was used against my family. But I'm not here to speak about history. Instead, I will address the economic impact of current targeted population of Hispanics and Latinos. The total economic output, or GDP, of Latinos living in the United States in 2023 was $4.1 trillion. If it was its own country, it would be the 5th largest GDP in the world. In 2023, Latino consumption reached $2.7 trillion, which represents a market 20% larger than the entire economy of Italy. Between 2010 and 2023, Latinos contributed an average of 726,000 workers every year, representing 58.7% of the growth of the U.S. labor force. Additionally, it is an undeniable fact that immigrants are a significant reason why our country is the economic powerhouse that it is. In 2024, 46% of the companies in the Fortune 500 list were either founded by immigrants or children of immigrants. Immigrants of all legal statuses, including undocumented, are required to pay taxes. Immigrants paid $525 billion in local, state, and federal taxes in 2021. Even analysis done by the conservative Cato Institute, quote, immigrants have a more positive net fiscal impact, an estimated amount of $57,000 to $216,000 per lifetime per immigrant. So we can argue subjectively if immigrants are good for the U.S. and specifically for Pierce County, but objectively in economic terms, immigrants are an important net positive to our community and our country. We must protect our immigrants and our community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Michael Whalen, followed by Richard Burton and Barbara Church.
Awesome. And then just to know, Richard is no longer here.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Michael Whalen. I hail from District 4. Shout out to District 4. I am also an executive board member with the Pierce County Central Labor Council, AFL-CIO, and an organizer with United Food and Commercial Workers Local 367, spanning across 6 different counties, representing about 8,000 members from industries of grocery, retail, and cannabis. And I rise in support of Resolution 2025-139. This is a common sense resolution. And to read a piece of Local 367's mission statement, it is that we empower through respect, integrity, and dignity. And I think that's exactly what this resolution is about respect for all peoples here in Pierce County. And all people here in Pierce County should feel welcome here. And this resolution strives forward the humanization of all people, because we hear it too often. We dehumanize ourselves in multiple different ways. But I think this resolution, and I rise in support, full support of Resolution 2025-139, strive towards respect, integrity, and dignity for everyone here in Pierce County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Barb Church, followed by Katie Jackson, and then Anita Latch.
Thank you, Council. My name is Barb Church. I'm in District 5. I'd like to begin my testimony by acknowledging again that we are on the ancestral land of the Puyallup tribe. I'm writing in support of Resolution 2025-139S. With our current administration cutting civil service and oversight programs, getting into our private information like Medicare and Social Security, people are just not feeling safe, especially immigrants. Children are afraid that if they go to school, their parents might get picked up and be gone when they get home. I'm a retired teacher, and so I do have a lot of contact with other teachers. I know that this is going on. Consequently, children are not going to school. I am troubled by Sheriff Swank's statement that he'll call in the White House to give them a hand in rounding up what he harshly calls illegal aliens. Many immigrants are here legally, assets to our community, and we've seen them taken to detention centers without due process, disrupting jobs, families, and local businesses. If you're a person of color, it doesn't feel safe, whether you're an immigrant or a citizen. It really doesn't. My granddaughter, Latina, she's mixed race, and she's scared. Please approve Resolution 2025-139S and help keep our community safe and secure. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Katie Jackson, followed by Anita Latch.
Hi, I'm Katie Jackson, and I am here to discuss my support of this proposal, 2025-139S. I want to make it clear that I am a nurse. I work in this community at a local hospital, so that is part of my opinion here that I want to include. This resolution would provide stronger protections for all Pierce County residents. All residents should feel safe to seek legal, health, and emergency services in Pierce County. This includes employees that I work with who are immigrants and immigrants who attend this hospital as patients. I want to make it clear that I strongly oppose our Sheriff Swank's public statements that he will call on Donald Trump and the White House to collaborate with ICE This is in direct contradiction to the Keep Washington Working Act that was passed, or Keep Washington Working Act that was passed in 2019, that limits local law enforcement agencies from participating in federal immigration enforcement and requires all Washington public schools, courthouses, and publicly operated health facilities, and make that clear, that is a hospital I work at, and law enforcement agencies to adopt policies consistent with those published by the Attorney General. Our sheriff has made it clear that he seeks to collaborate with ICE, and supporting this proposal would further support the Keep Washington Working Act, and to make it clear that that is not acceptable. As a community member, I believe that all immigrants, whether undocumented or not, deserve to be protected in our community. We all deserve to be protected, and we're better when we're all protected. We are stronger as a community when we all feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Anita Latch, followed by Ada Figueroa and Maureen M.
I can get you.
Got it.
Thank you. My name is Anita Latch. I am a citizen of Pierce County and a registered voter in District 4. I'm a retired teacher, and I rise to thank you for bringing this resolution forward. I'm speaking specifically about Resolution 2025-139S. Pierce County is a welcoming community, as is the Puyallup tribe on whose land we meet today. I support this resolution and urge you to vote yes to support it. The proposed ordinance stipulates that no personnel elected or employed by the county shall cooperate with federal surveillance or registration without specific notification to the county if any action is taken pursuant to exceptions. My concern is that I understand that our county sheriff is inclined to what I consider overreach, and would take it upon themselves to act in defiance of the consensus of the people of Washington State and Pierce County. And I urge all citizens with me, to attend very closely to their actions and to their words, because words matter. And defiance is not worthy of any elected public official. I therefore urge my fellow citizens to attend most closely, and if necessary, we will need to take legal measures to restrain or recall. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Ada, followed by Maureen.
Stand by, Chair. Stand by. Stand by. Hold on. Let me get the timer going. Just a second.
No? Okay. Hi, council members. I actually signed up to speak on the ordinance 2025-510. It's okay, but I am in support of our 2025-139S. I just wanted to give you guys a break of me. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen, followed by Alice Fong, and I'm double checking my numbers now that I got one wrong. Maureen.
Hello, I'm Maureen McMurray, and I'm a new resident of Tacoma. I came from Seattle, and lovely place that it is. I want to tell you just a brief story. 8 years ago, we took in a young woman and her 4-year-old son who were escaping from Honduras due to gang violence. We walked through the process as she was seeking asylum, because she was beaten to unconsciousness twice. One time, even she was beaten when she was pregnant herself with her young son. We walked through this process. There were many times where ICE called us up and we had to rush her down because they demanded her attendance. She had legal counsel. She is now a very successful resident here, legal residence, because of asylum. At any point in time with this law, she could have been picked up and deported. One time she was called down and she said to me before she left, because I had Cesar with me, her son, she said, "If I don't come back, will you take care of him?" No one should have to experience that. Due process is essential in this endeavor, and my concern is if we cooperate with this present climate in the administration, there are too many people that have been taken without due process, with no criminal record. We have to stand up and be with these people and demand due process in this. No immigrant is illegal if they are seeking asylum, if they are trying to go through the process. If our immigration process is broken, so it takes years and years and years, we have to look at that and not accuse those people of being criminals. They are desperate, trying to seek a better life for themselves and their family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Alice, followed by Eugenia, and then Emily Anderson.
Good afternoon, Chair Hitchin. My name is Alice Fong, and I'm honored to serve the Pierce County Commission on Refugee and Immigrant Affairs as chair. I also lead an organization that is 35 years old that is about cultivating leaders who lead with folks who have diverse perspectives. And obviously in this room, as I sat here this afternoon, we have very diverse perspectives on our immigrant and refugees. I'm a product of immigrant parents. I was born here in Tacoma, Washington. I fully understand. My father wanted to be forthright and let me know the history of Tacoma, with the Tacoma method, how the sheriff and the mayor rounded up all of the Chinese people who were here doing businesses and neighbors and friends, and shipped them off to, onto the train and shipped them south, and then burned down the Chinatown. And for me, I'm looking at this as whether or not we adopt this resolution, I really believe that we really need to work together on how we resolve this. Just because I'm a product of an immigrant doesn't mean that I am, a criminal. And anybody else, too. My concern is that we automatically go there. And then that just creates this hate and division and toxic energy to my beloved Tacoma and Pierce County. And so my hope is that we really have this conversation and really discuss what does this look like for our community, so that we don't have all of this hate that is going on, and I feel unsafe going to the grocery store. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next we have Eugenia, followed by Emily, and then call the next one.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I want to start by saying if this was a country of law and order, we would have elected a different person to lead the country. My name is Eugenia Cascante. I want to say that I have mixed feelings about this resolution. While I'm happy to wholeheartedly support it, I am deeply saddened by the necessity of such resolution. You see, I immigrated here in 1994 before common decency and humanity had to be discussed on the floor of a county council meeting. My family and I were embraced by our community in the deep state of Utah, in the deep red state of Utah, where we educated ourselves and built a life to be self-sufficient and contribute to our community. All I ask today is that my brothers and sisters that have been forced to leave their home countries are afforded the same rights, regardless of their status. Although things haven't always been perfect for me and my family, we were at least allowed to live and thrive without the fear of persecution. I'm here to demand basic rights for all members of our community: the right to freedom, the right to work and be self-sufficient, the right to be able to take care of our families, to be with and take care of our families. Since some are intent in making that distinction, I want to say we're not asking for more than the average American citizen is afforded, but we can't take less. I'm here, yes, to advocate for those who came after me and for our wonderful communities of immigrants and refugees, but also for those Americans that welcomed me and embraced me, the ones that continue to do so today. Because believe me when I say, what's coming to us if we don't take a stand for our immigrant communities will not benefit anyone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Emily, followed by Mandy, I think.
I was feeling calm about this till I stood up back there. So my name is Emily Anderson, and I attended Sheriff Swank's meet and greet a week or so ago, and it seems to be a lot of confusion in general on what's going on in self-governance and his role. And, you know, I think it'd be great to put on the first page of the News Tribune, read your Constitution. Like everyone's like, save democracy. Well, when we entered this meeting, we said the allegiance to a flag, to the Republic. And we have a Constitution, we have a right to due process and all that. And Sheriff Swank talked about how he needs funding to get the bad guys, regardless of who they are, off the streets. And, you know, he seems to be focusing on that. I'm really against a show me the papers kind of place, and I don't see Sheriff Swank as doing that. And I definitely would be really concerned and not happy with him if he did that. So I think that passing this resolution causes more confusion, and we should be focusing on the Constitution and our Bill of Rights, because nobody knows it. No one reads it. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Antonio, followed by Julie A., and then John Alessio. Oh, I skipped Mandy. Go ahead. And then Mandy Patoja? Right there. I'm not saying it right.
Good afternoon, Council and fellow community members. My name is Antonio Gomez. I have been a resident over the past 25 years of District 7, 2, and for the longest time of District 4. I believe that we need to reframe our conversation with regard to I-39S, which I support. It is about public safety, but perhaps not in the way that it has been suggested or framed. The fact is there is an outsized fascination with undocumented immigrants and with any crimes possibly committed by this demographic, which happens to be 25 to 50% lower than the rates of natural-born citizens. So given these lower rates of criminality, the real question is how are we going to ensure that all of us as Pierce County residents can safely live, work, recreate, gather, and be with our families at equal levels of safety from undue and unequal profiling or harassment. Sheriff Swank said, and I do appreciate it, I will never compromise the safety of Pierce County residents. Thank you. But how are we going to apply this commitment equally and consistently by supporting agencies that are are continuing to cross the threshold from enforcement to racially motivated intimidation. How will you apply your commitment to ensure that not a single innocent resident of Pierce County is not subjected to unfair and illegal race profiling or the egregious erosion of due process, which has become almost a de facto operating procedure of ICE and the DOJ? What is the detailed plan to prevent backsliding into profiling? If this proposal is not passed, how will the county and the sheriff's office in particular demonstrate that it will not be accessory to unconstitutional measures employed by the federal executive branch? To roll out the welcome carpet for the wholly un-American and questionable legality of ICE activities will put Pierce County at risk of unreported safety and health needs, risk of further fragmentation and distrust among residents and with county services.
I need you to conclude your comments.
I currently carry my proof of citizenship, and I encourage my children to do that as well. How many people here feel the requirement to do that, given the current climate?
Thank you. Okay, Mandy, do you have something to say? I'm not saying. Mandy? Is that you? Pantoja? Is it Wendy? Oh, it's a beautiful W, but looks like an M, so.
Hi, my name is Wendy Pantoja. Yes, I think we have people over domestic violence really afraid to talk over to 911, people who want to report real crimes, really afraid to talk with the police. And now we have kids inside the school who are bullying in the schools. Yes, for all this discourse. So I think it's a mistake say the people undocumented don't pay taxes. Many people pay taxes. And this double moral who I saw when we was saying the farm workers was heroes during COVID. Now many people is going over farm workers when they was feeding us during COVID. I think also First Nation in USA are indigenous. After that, everybody are immigrants. I think the complicate of this issue is the criminalization of immigrants undocumented who are not white, who is also enforced for the racist presidential discourse, who is the first criminal president of USA. I'm in favor of 2025 139S for all these issues. So I appreciate and I push yours to do the correct and ethical things, because we need to learn of our history, the First, Second World War, or this Ashane who is over Tacoma, expulsing, taking away our people from Asia, and all this history. We need to learn from the history. We can't let a people who is a criminal in the presidents of USA and shaming our country. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Julie, and then John, followed by Chris Herdez.
I'm Julie Andrzejewski. I live in District 6 and in Stellicum, and I am just so grateful that all of the people have come here today to speak so eloquently in support of immigrants. My grandfather came from Denmark, and I am not feeling endangered of being deported. And it's an issue of racism, and I'm glad that the last couple people spoke about racism directly, because it's people who don't look like me who are the ones that are afraid all the time. And they have a right to be afraid, because the people that are being deported from our country illegally now are communities of color, and we have to stand up for them. So I really am grateful to the county for this resolution 2025 139S, and I urge you to pass it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John, followed by Chris, and then Emily.
Thank you. Thank you for drafting this policy
2025-139. I was fortunate enough to attend a town hall, Sheriff Swank, not long ago, and I said some of the same things that I'm going to say now, but because I see I made no impact on you, so I'm sorry.
Sir, I need you to address the chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was addressing him in a very friendly way. But my parents came here in the early 1900s. They were part of the great diaspora of Italy. Probably are not aware of that process. Most of the about 25 million people left Italy between the last decade of the 1800s and the early 1900s. And many of them came to the United States. They came to other countries as well. And they left there because they were very poor and they were being oppressed by the growth of fascism at that time. This was in the very early part. My father actually came here at 18 years old in 1912. And you're wondering, well, how I should be dead, right? Well, my father was 52 when I was born, and I'm the youngest of 15 children. At that time, things were happening that are very similar to what is happening now. You had the Great Flu pandemic in 1919. You had the Bolshevik Revolution, which made everybody afraid of the communists. And you had a great deal of fear being created deliberately, mostly for political reasons, like what is happening now, of immigrants. And immigrants were labeled as communists, and you often heard the words criminal and immigrant simultaneously. And so what happened in 1919, 1920?
Wrap up your comments.
I'm sorry?
Your time has expired.
My time has expired? Okay, thank you very much, and I support this 2025
Thank you.
139. Thank you for developing it.
Chris, followed by Emily, and then I think Jeff. They didn't give an item, so if I'm wrong, you don't need to come up, but Chris.
Good evening. I'm Chris. I have lived here since middle school in Pierce County. Just happy to be here tonight. I wanted to speak in favor of the resolution that's at hand. Our founding fathers for the United States of America were not all born here. Not sure if you knew that. But they, like the immigrants of today, came here for the ideals of freedom and the dream of a better life. Born here or not, I think we can say we're all united in wanting a safe place for our families, and we can't let fear dominate. The last time we let this country let fears dominate about people who didn't look like the majority and avoided due process, many Japanese Americans were imprisoned. And that wasn't that many generations ago. And in this city, like it's been said before, the Japanese community was expelled. We can do better now, and we must. Right now, ICE is trying to go into schools in other states. Our children don't need that kind of fear. Their parents don't need that kind of fear for their children, born here or not, being profiled. Our community members deserve to receive health services or county services without fear. Everyone deserves to feel like they can go to court to advocate for their rights or to testify to help the police or the prosecutors do their jobs. And if we don't support them, they're not going to be able to support the prosecutors and the police in order to do that. It's ironic that we want justice, and yet our most iconic, most American pop media figure, Superman, is an undocumented immigrant, while someone who was found guilty of felony avoiding taxes is the person who leads this country. We all pay taxes, whether we were born here or not. If you live in Washington, you go to the store, you pay state tax. A lot of immigrants also pay taxes because they believe in this country and what we can be. So I will just close in saying, let's give them something to believe in. Let's stand by them.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Emily. Remember to say your name if you'd like it on the record, followed by Jeff. Last name begins with a B. That would be you.
Hi. My name is Emily Willard. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Pierce County, and I live in Puyallup. I've been waiting 3.5 hours to talk because I care deeply about this topic. I come here with a really simple, strong message. Immigrants belong here. I realize I might not change minds, but I wanted to take off work today and come here in person as someone from District 2, Councilmember Herrera's district, in support of this resolution and my immigrant neighbors. Immigrants are an important part of our community. We are stronger as a community when we have different people from different places with different ideas and different experiences. The vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They are teachers, small business owners, cashiers, doctors, soldiers, police officers, nurses, and engineers. We cannot turn on each other. We need to build our community stronger and not tear it apart. Again, immigrants belong here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jeff, followed by, I'm going to figure it out, but Jeff's going to start.
Fantastic, fantastic. Well, thank you all. It's been relatively long here. I can tell everyone's excited and enjoying themselves just as much as I am here today. Now, I am here today to speak passionately in favor of the resolution. In large part, now, I like to think that our elected officials, everyone, is here with good intentions and says positive things. Unfortunately, I also have a Twitter account, which means I do see the comments our sheriff does make on Twitter, which quite frankly border on, to me, absurdity and creating a less welcoming place here. Some of the comments have included such as trying to work together with ICE in the same way Florida has, where if you're not following any of these things, this is what's happening. Children are being deported at this point. We're stepping beyond the idea of people with criminal backgrounds being deported. They're deporting children, which if it wasn't in reality, we'd be like, oh, that's what a Bond villain would do. So what our sheriff is advocating is basically a very bad Bond villain plot line. And quite frankly, I think that's bad. I don't think that makes us a more welcoming place when we're saying let's follow the procedures of other states that deport children. Now, and I'll go like, maybe I'm misreading the situation, and I do think overall with people, we all choose what flavor of person we want to be, you know? Some of us choose, let's be vanilla. Let's be a little eccentric, like myself, you know? And I think our sheriff right now, based on his Twitter, is choosing to be the flavor of asshole, which, quite frankly, is something nobody likes the taste of. Nobody wants that. So if only to reel in our sheriff, I think we do need to see this pass because we should be a welcoming people for residents. If someone's living here and on their own, not committing crimes, cool, awesome, let's have them here. Let's not advocate for deportation of them the way our sheriff has on his Twitter. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Oneida, followed by Teresa. And they may be in the other room, and I did not call them ahead. Yes. I'm going to get to people that didn't sign in, so I've got an Oneida, Teresa. You didn't sign in?
I did sign in. I forgot to.
I have.
Bill.
You're not Caitlin. Oh, are there more sheets sitting there that I don't? Bill M? I'm gonna, oh, see, there was a whole nother sheet, but that's not where Bill's name was. Bill's name was right here. So, Bill, why don't you come in because you're here, and then I'm still looking for Oneida and Teresa Evans and Gemini G.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm Bill McMurray. I'm a retired teacher, Tacoma resident, and I want to just quickly say to everybody here that while we have different views, we have to maintain our level of respectfulness, and it's not necessarily comfortable for people with different views to be sitting here and hearing what some people are saying. We have to keep that in mind since what we really care about is respecting each other. The situation, my wife Maureen spoke, we know a family very deeply. They've gone through a lot. It's taken a long time, 8 years, for them to get legal papers going through the court system. It took a lot on our behalf advocating for them. It was amazing what it took to get those folks some legal status. And my take on this is how many people want to be here and care about the place and don't have a chance to become legal? The process is so long, it's grueling and painful. And there's so many people that live in fear and care about doing something differently about it. Now, I talked to a man today who's a good friend of mine. He has to lie in order to work, because if he doesn't say, I'm a citizen, they will not hire him. So he has to lie straight up. He created a false Social Security number in order to pay his taxes, which is what happens when there are no other alternatives that these folks are encountering. The reality that people are now being arrested, taken, and moved because they're not citizens is, without due process, is really egregious, and it's nothing that we want as American citizens.
Sir, I need you to wrap up your comment.
At least we need to do that. At least we need to do that, and at most we need to make it more possible for people to become citizens.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry I skipped you over. There was an arrow and I wasn't sure what it meant. Okay. Oneida, followed by Amanda. Nope, not Amanda. Teresa.
In a minute. So, Oneida Arnold. Thank you for having me this evening. I'm going to be a little more simple because I don't want to go into the experiences that I've had with the immigrant population. It will take a little bit longer, but thank you for reinforcing our commitment to our immigrant community through resolution number 2025-139S, and for upholding our state's Keep Washington Working Act. The contributions our hardworking immigrant neighbors make improves all of our lives. They, like us, all deserve to feel safe in their homes, schools, places of employment, and in their neighborhoods. Their safety is our safety. I'm appalled that our Pierce County Sheriff is working against this resolution and wants to burden his deputies with the deplorable task of working with ICE in rounding up men, women, and children who he terms as illegals, and adding unnecessary fear and anxiety to their lives. Again, their safety is our safety. I urge you all to approve Resolution 2025-139S. And I am a retired teacher, and I have had experience with children and families who were in fear of being picked up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Teresa, followed by Caitlin. Didn't say you wanted to speak, but just in case. And then Gemini.
Hello, I'm Teresa Evans. I'm in District 5. Hi, new District 5 guy. Oneida always speaks at City Council, and I really love it, hearing what she has to say. She has a wonderful heart. She was one of the 2 people that showed me absolute care when I could barely walk and move, and I remember it. But for this resolution, R2025-139S, I want a community, all the community of Pierce County, all the people who live here, if you're immigrant, if you have whatever visa you have or want to have or should have, apply for. I know somebody who applied for a T visa. It means it's trafficking. So, I mean, I hear that that's a little hard to get, but that person should also feel welcomed and secure, and the people around us who need extra help should be welcomed and secured as well. Asylum seekers, people who are prisoners. I want people to have economic and social vitality within our community. And thank you for writing that. That's pretty awesome. And I want us all to be comfortable in receiving services. I go to the ICE Center, Northwest ICE Processing Center, otherwise known as Northwest Detention Center, to visit my friend and be a support. And it's basically in my backyard, so why not be supportive? Thank you for this resolution, and I want you to Bryce to vote yes for it. So thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Caitlin, and then Gemini.
My name is Caitlin Henyon, and I'm a resident of Tacoma and a member of Pierce County Immigration Alliance. I'm here to speak in support of Resolution 2025-139S and to condemn the actions of the county sheriff and the racist comments he shared tonight, along with the previous statements, some of which were echoed by council members. These words echo the fear-mongering and justification used by our federal administration to target and attack our immigrant neighbors across the country. To disguise the opposition to this resolution as a matter of public safety is a blatant lie. We know that the harsh immigration policies of this administration have torn apart families, have harmed workers, and hurt our communities as a whole. I want public servants to do just that. I want them to serve the people, all of the people. And we need bold action and commitments to meet this moment, and I believe that this resolution is a crucial step in the right direction. I urge this council to lean into love, compassion, and justice for our community and not fear. Thank you to everyone who showed up today in support of this resolution. Please continue to stand with your community and fight back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Gemini.
Hi, Council. I want to speak in total favor of passing this because ICE and immigration terror hurts all of us. I'm Native American, I'm Osage, but I'm also mixed. I have immigrant ancestors too. And this is part of why I know that immigration terror hurts all of us, because it's not the, Russian or Ukrainian or Polish immigrants who are being rounded up. It's brown people, it's black people, it's Native Americans, people who live here and have lived here since time immemorial. We are being targeted too, and it shouldn't be considered a separate category because a lot of brown folks from South America who are, and Central America, the principal targets of immigration terror, let's be real, they're Native American. They've been here longer than most of us, right? It is absurd how we are terrorizing people who have more of a right to be here than we do. These are the people who grow our food, the people who build our houses, the people who do everything to make our lives comfortable, and ICE is terrorizing them to suppress wages and make more money. Make more money? Yes, because every person who is put into an ICE detention center makes money for the private prison companies that own those detention centers. GEO, the Northwest Detention Center that is in Tacoma, where I live, is owned by a for-profit prison company that is so wretched and so illegal that people are dying. Not hypothetically dying. Charles Leo Daniel was in solitary confinement for years before he took his own life in that Northwest Detention Center. And that was before Trump. Well, he might have been in the detention center so long it included Trump's last presidency. But I know I'm running loose on time, but people are dying. People are dying under your watch, and they are being killed by immigration terror, and you have an obligation to protect them and protect us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, and some people have already signed up, so clerk, I'm going to call a name, but you only get to speak once on this. So if I call your name, but you already spoke, it's just because I now have some multiple people. So I just want to make sure. Did Jade Monroe speak yet? I don't think so. I didn't recognize the name. And Wendy spoke, and Gemini just spoke. So Jade, followed by a Caitlin Murphy.
Hello, thank you so much for your time, Madam Chair. My name is Jade Monroe. My pronouns are she, her. I'm in pursuit of being a sixth-generational farmer here in Pierce County. I do come from immigrants in Scotland and Norway, as many people have already shared today. We're a nation of immigrants. And I'm also a civil servant and engaged within our food system here in Washington, especially our hunger relief system. And I see firsthand the threats of ICE raids and the threats of our current federal administration have on our food system. And I'm here to say that our current food system is vulnerable and in danger. Food security is a national security issue, and it is something we need to be mindful of. And that's why I'm here to speak in favor of our 2025-139. As we look at who we're engaging with in our community and who makes our economy vibrant, this is so much, just as much about our immigrant and refugee community as it is about holding the line against executive overreach that we see at all levels of government. As we consider safety, because safety has come up quite a bit today, safety is an individual perception that no one else can guarantee but that individual, but we can uphold as a society. And as we uphold it as a society, and with all due respect to Sheriff Swank, I was at his town hall in Graham. I understand there's limited staff resources at our sheriff office at this time. I do not personally believe it's the best interest to spend that time talking to media, using that bully pulpit to go ahead and try to push against Washington law. I am a firm believer of due process. I see you as a council that believes in due process with upholding the potential to uphold this resolution. I do think at this point we have the opportunity to tell a different story, and it doesn't have to be so negative, and it could be galvanizing. This resolution is just as much, again, about upholding our community, and I just want to ask you, what story do you want to have told tomorrow in the news, and also as this becomes history? So in my last 9 seconds, I'm going to ask you to say yes to due process, say yes to affirming Washington law, and say yes to standing shoulder to shoulder with who truly makes America great, and affirm this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for comments. Caitlin?
Thank you. I'd like to speak in support of Resolution 2025-139S. I want to say that if we are a nation of law and order, despite all the evidence to the contrary coming from the federal executive, this proposal is merely in keeping with already existing state law. So it is very concerning that there are some duly elected members of the council and law enforcement who are arguing against extrajudicially contravening that law. I'm personally tired of the flimsy rhetorical gesture of the very bad guy who is always pursued but never seems to appear. I want to say that criminal is not a natural category. There are no criminals except those produced by the state in the service of racial, gender, or class supremacy. And our job as neighbors is to support and not to engage in further criminalization. And if we are going to talk about dangerous organized criminals in Pierce County, I think those people may be in this very room insofar as they have the power to authorize an apparent will to authorize mass death and suffering in violation of state law. Therefore, it is imperative that the council pass this resolution and commit ourselves to stronger ones in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'm now going to ask if there's anyone who didn't sign in, but I do want to invite Madam Prosecutor or the Sheriff if you wanted to go first. I didn't do that at the beginning, and I really, really apologize. I came back from break, so just wanted to make sure. Okay. So then if anyone else, I'm just going to ask that you queue up, and that kind of gives me an idea. Again, we still have 2 minutes. Please keep an eye on the timer. I know it's a little off to the side. And state your name if you'd like it on the record.
Okay, my name is Laura Lee, and my family immigrated here from France and Ukraine. I'm a disabled veteran, and I support this resolution, and I wanted to agree with my military brother from earlier, and that I serve to protect for the right of all people for the pursuit of happiness. I'd like to remind the sheriff in the words of the Fifth Amendment, that every person has due process. Not every citizen or non-citizen, every person has due process. And to follow the 10th Amendment that gives the states our rights. The Supremacy Clause doesn't cancel our 10th Amendment rights here. And that resolution that Councilman Ayala said, it should state that the proper legal documents should be signed by a judge, because most of these people are being swept off the street with warrants that are not signed by a judge. You should add that language in there. No person is illegal. Being undocumented is a civil infraction, not a felonious criminal act, Mr. Herrera. And unless you are 100% indigenous native, you're also an immigrant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kristen. Thanks for hearing the comments, and I do strongly support the Common Sense Resolution R 2025-193S. I come from a rural community, District 3, currently held by Council Member Amy Kruber. Pierce County is an amazingly diverse community. Aside from the indigenous folks, we are all immigrants. None of us are illegal. Pierce County needs to continue to be a safe space for our residents. I too am troubled by Swank and his call to invite ICE into our community. Swank stated, "Since they don't get a hold of me, I'm going to reach out to ICE and Washington, D.C., the Trump administration, Department of Justice, and I'm going to tell them what's going on here and ask them for a hand." We, the people, are here today to tell you we did not consent to inviting ICE into our community. Due process is a right everyone has, and our elected representatives need to uphold our rights. Thank you for voting yes on this resolution. For those of you who are considering to vote against this proposal, please remember you represent your constituents. And your constituents have spoken loud and clear today and online. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hola, buenas tardes, miembros del Consul de Pierce County. Hello, council members of Pierce County. My name is George Consuelo. I, alongside with Alice Fong, serve on the Pierce County Commission for Refugee and Immigrant Affairs. And I'm here to remind you folks of the great work we've been doing over the span of a couple of years with this newly established commission. I just want to bring together the stories of our refugee and immigrant community that we are currently serving, such as our Congolese community, our Ukrainian community, our Latino community. I also want to bring forward the stories of the folks we have served, well, not necessarily us, but that fold into the fabric of Pierce County, which have been our Vietnamese communities, our Cambodian community, and many others that have touched and made Pierce County flourish. I just come to say that, you know, I urge you guys to come out more to the lively community events that we have. You will see that this narrative of an undocumented immigrant or an immigrant in general is much more based on community and relationships than it is based on criminality. I also want to put forth that being undocumented was a recent change from, a civil offense to a criminal offense. And so, oh gosh, time goes fast. And that's what I came here to say, is that we have, with voting no on this resolution, we are pushing the community that we are so desperately trying to pull together to show that we care about them, to show that they have a place here in Pierce County, and to push them away into obscurity. And so I urge you guys to please support us in continuing the work that we are doing, to do the bare minimum and to bring community forward. So thank you so much for the time today.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Donna Smith. Thanks for taking the time to listen to everybody. Paul, I think we're neighbors. I strongly support our 2025-139. I seem to gather a bunch of friends that have arrived at our border asking for asylum. Some people call them immigrant or illegals. Actually, asking for asylum is the proper route for people who are undocumented. I walk with my friends to attend their scheduled appointments, to immigrant appointments and court cases, and yes, they take a very, very long time. And at any of these times when we walk together, I try and get a bunch of friends together, because I am afraid that somebody will be coming and meeting them and taking them away, even though they have not done anything wrong. My friend Hanan, who's got her driver's license, I say, stop at every red light. Do not go through it. You do not know at any time you can be picked up because you have only been granted asylum. Then she has to wait a year before she gets to apply for her green card. And then I have my other friend who has got has applied for his green card in December. And I tell him that when you go for your interview, you have to tell me, because we need to walk with you, because I'm afraid that some ICE officers will meet him at the door, even though he works at Alaska Airlines and is taking your tickets as you're going on your plates, on your trips. They are all afraid
for no reason at all. They have not done a single thing wrong. They have followed every single rule. It appears from the action of the ICE officers that there is little accountability, if any accountability, for their actions. I do not want our upstanding police officers to fall into the behaviors and join the ICE officers in what they have done, that is, have no accountability. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm learning. My name is Kim Lopez. Thank you, Madam Chair, and everybody else up there. I forget what you are. I served, you know, we have this Enemies Act going on that we're revoking. And now there's talk of martial law from time to time. I served in South Korea. I'm a 21-year Army retiree. I served in South Korea in 1974, roughly 55 years after the end of the Korean conflict, excuse me. I didn't serve in the Korean War, did I say that? Okay, I served in South Korea. We aren't there. We aren't there. America doesn't know the meaning of a threat. You don't need no Enemies Act, and you sure don't need. You've got Canada, Mexico, you couldn't ask for better neighbors. Oh, I guess. A little while ago, a couple of hours now, we said, liberty and justice. Liberty, freedom, justice, due process for all. For all. That means all. It doesn't say citizens. It doesn't say residents. We are better than that. We are better than that. I've gone to Germany, South Korea. I have looked at the other side. I did intel. These aren't immigrants. These are refugees. They come here for a better life. They come here because they've been tortured in jails. They come here because they've been pressed into gangs as children and young adults.
Ms. Lopez.
Pressed into gangs. Give me a break. Thank you. I support this resolution.
We figured that out. Thank you. All right, is there anyone else in chambers who wanted to speak on this resolution? Okay. We do have a Zoom room. We are going to go to Zoom. I'm going to request on Zoom if you could please make sure that you can see the timer. I know when you're testifying on Zoom, it's really easy to put your written comments in front of the timer. But if you could put it that way, we don't have to like mute you. You can finish your thoughts. So we are going to go through this list. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. For any members of the public who wish to provide comments on proposal number R2025-139S, press the raise hand icon on Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. Madam Chair, it looks like we have a handful of participants. First one is Yang. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Caitlin Yang, and I live in District 1. I just want to give a reality check to those citizens who think they're more important and more deserving than non-citizen residents, with a capital R. Those of us who were born in this country are here by an accident of fate. We didn't do anything to earn our place here. We aren't more deserving of dignity or respect or resources because we happen to be born here. I have a lot more respect for someone who came here fleeing violence in their home country than I do for someone born here who can't see the humanity in their fellow humans. I don't know how to tell you that you should care about other people and not just the ones that look like you. I don't know how to make you understand how disgusting it is to assume that all or most undocumented people are drug dealers or really bad guys. Imagine if someone made that same assumption about you based solely on the circumstances of your birth. All this resolution says to me is that immigrants, refugees, and all residents deserve to be treated like human beings. If anyone on the council disagrees with that notion, you don't deserve the power to make decisions on behalf of the human beings you represent. I emphatically urge you to pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, Madam Chair, we have last name ending in Shield. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Alex Shield. I live in District 5, and I'm in strong support of our 2025 1395S, or 139S. I'm the membership coordinator for Tacoma and Pierce County Democratic Socialists of America, and I'm also a service-connected disabled combat veteran. I see a lot, I hear a lot about how we need to take care of veterans, we need to take care of all these other groups before we take care of immigrants. And I'm really disheartened by that because, you know, I don't feel that an immigrant is taking anything away from me. Immigrants don't take away from any of us. They add to us. They are us. Swank is choosing the wrong side of history. We've been talking for almost a decade now of Trump's authoritarian fascist tendencies, and he wants to bring that side. He wants to carry that out. The brown shirts of ICE are going to operate in our community with his control, with his help. I urge all of us to use our constitutional rights, our First Amendment, like we are right now speaking with our government, to go out and protest, to go out and organize. I hope Swank changes his tune and decides to respect the Constitution, especially the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment. And when it comes down to it, if a masked guy without a warrant, without a badge, crashes into my house, my workplace, my car, I hope I will use my Second Amendment. And I hope all of you are willing to use your Second Amendment too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Let's see. Next, Madam Chair, we have last name Palmer. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Ms. Long, does that matter? It's a political. Ms. Palmer, we're going to pause for a second and just make sure, does it matter? It's her campaign, I think.
Is she running for?
She is currently on the ballot.
Then we can't have that. She can take the.
Ms. Palmer, if you we're going to call back on you. If you could figure out a way to make your picture go away, though we've all seen it now, but just so that we can officially, while you're speaking, not have that up, that would be fabulous. We want to follow the rules of the county and election rules, and we'll come back to you. So we'll go to Ronald, and then we'll call on you again. Hopefully you'll be able to figure that out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Ronald Montgomery again, and I sat here amazed at the indoctrination that I've heard in favor of this. They say it's law and order, but I can't understand how they would defy the Constitution and want to favor this. And I still agree with the sheriff that law and order should be defended, and I hope this does not pass. God, we got to get back to a reasonable common sense of loving our neighbor as that. You know, boundaries started way back when, you know where? In the Garden of Eden, when man by nature fell. So they were expelled from the garden, and the Lord put a protective agency. And in my lifetime, I've seen where the bureaucracy and the courts have to protect themselves because they've even become corrupt and misjudging what the Constitution and our forefathers actually intended us to have. Yeah, so we got to get back with secure boundaries. You know, a child left to himself will bring his mother to shame, and a child without reasonable boundaries That's what, so I've heard so much indoctrination in favor of this nonsense. Please reconsider and repent.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to go back to Latasha and see if you got your picture fixed. Nope. We're going to go back to HP. Terry Hurd. Does anybody have her phone number? Latasha.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I'm Terry Hurd. This particular resolution, it's sad that it had to come about due to the failure of our entire federal system on bringing people into the country. When they came across the border, they should have been vetted for either diseases or criminal activity, handed a card, and said, "Welcome to the United States. This is a place where you can dream and you can follow that dream." Hopefully is a Christian dream. These people came to us just like all the others that have come in the past. We have the ability to absorb these people. I worked on the Milwaukee Road, and during that time there was a lot of hobo jungles and people riding the rail. And these were humble people of many nations. And they were the ones who were traveling, and I thought I was going to have to learn another language or two to help these people. They weren't criminals. They were just looking for a better way. All of our relatives that have come to this country took it on the effort to become United States citizens. So if the government would just issue cards to these people that they can hold up to the ICE or other people and say, "You can kiss this card," and walk away, that would be far better than what we have. I will pray for these ICE agents now because they're a lot like the citizens years ago that rounded up the Chinese, put them on sailing vessels, and the boats came back a few days later without people. Or the people that rounded up the Japanese, only here on the West Coast, and put them... These people weren't criminals. If we are a nation of law and justice, then it's a criminal that needs proper action, not just people looking for a better way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, Madam Chair, we have last name Brock. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Can you restart the clock?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and everyone. There's been a lot. I'm kind of absorbing everything, and it's all good stuff. I am supporting our 2025-139S, not necessarily the amendments, well, not the amendments to the amendment. I am in full support of those that have gone before me in supporting our 2025-139S. And I want to reaffirm the county's commitment to treat all peoples, everyone, with dignity. And one last question, who speaks for the homeless? And I will leave it at that. Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the comments.
Next, we have Escobedo. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Amelia Escobedo, and I am from District 6. First of all, I would like to say thank you to everybody that is supporting proposal number R2025-139S and R2025-510. First, I would like to say that I have a lot of labels according to European history. I'm Latina, Hispanic, African, Chicana, but most of all, Indigenous American. I'm a beautiful mix of so many beautiful cultures, history, and power. Today I'm here to speak for, and I want to say thank you to all the 28th LG members out there that I see you and support. to Wendy that's out there, a lot of people in support, and I'm so proud to see you all together. I am, of course, so appalled by our current administration, who he himself is a security threat to our national security, and also an immigrant himself. If you are not a heteronormative white man, you are a target right now by the current administration. To all those that are sitting there listening to me, it's our time to unite. Ya es tiempo to unite. So let's get it done. And I want to say justice to Said Joaquin, Manuel Ellis, Benny Branch, Leonard Thomas, and so many more. Power to the people. Que viva la causa. You are the people we need to get this done. Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have last name Villegas. Please state it for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Alma, did you want to address the council? You're muted.
Hello? Can you? Okay, sorry about that. Here we are. Thank you. So I just want to, my name is Alma Villegas. I'm in District 4, and there's been a lot of wonderful things that have been said, so I'm not going to repeat it. I did provide written comment. I came and joined today because I read a lot of the written comments online, and I was very disturbed by what I read, but I'm very pleased to what I've been hearing in terms of the majority in support of this resolution. I'm a former commissioner from CIRA, the Commission for Immigrant and Refugee Affairs with the City of Tacoma. And I just want to hope that all of you that have been listening to the public comment have really been listening and hearing what people are saying, and that you are going to vote unanimously in favor of this. And I also want to just stress the importance of intentional and clear language. The amendment that was proposed by Councilmember Herrera was very vague, which left the door open for anyone to get targeted, which is what's happening. Criminals are not the ones that are getting picked up. And I know because I work with the community, and I personally know people that have been erroneously picked up that are sitting in ICE detention. And so I think it's really important that you adopt Councilwoman Ayala's edits to the amendment, and to make it clear, and also to echo one of the previous speakers that said that it needs to be signed by a judge. A warrant that needs to be signed by a judge, and that's the only way they're going to be able to combat the bias that occurs, because there is bias that results in people being erroneously detained. So thank you so much for, I've been here since 3 o'clock. I want to thank everybody for their time, and please, all of you, vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have last name Powers. Please state name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Rosemary Powers. Can you hear me?
We can.
Welcome. I'm very happy to be able to be here tonight. It's a long end of a very long time, and I really respect all of you on the council for the time you've put into hearing from all of us. I've submitted written comment already, but I am the president of the League of Women Voters of Tacoma Pierce County, and we've just completed a study of welcoming immigrants to Washington State that dovetails perfectly with the resolution, and so we're in full support of it. And I just want to say to all of you, thank you very much for the care and attention you've given to it, and that the immigrants that we are and that we welcome to the state build us as a stronger community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have last name Leslie. Please state name for the record. You will have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Very good. I'll begin. My name is John Leslie, lifelong resident of Pierce County. I oppose this measure mainly because it's unnecessary. But additionally, it's an affront to everyone who has followed our laws and are here as new citizens or under legal terms. All of these are not only legally afforded, but are entitled to the protections of our laws. Those who have jumped the line and stepped in front of those who are following law are now demanding the same due process which they jumped over in coming here by illegal means. This measure is unnecessary, as those are clear lines of legal and illegal. It leads to anarchy by proposing that some laws are not to be followed at the whims of local preferences. If I were to file fraudulent or stolen identity, would I not be held accountable? Why me, but not others? Attempts to minimize these simple truths with hyperbole and ad hominem attacks is very revealing. The lines are clear. If all we do is just to follow them, I urge you to oppose this measure. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have last name Price. Please state name for the record. You'll have, excuse me. Looks like they jumped off. So the next name we have, excuse me, is Price. So their name is back. We're going to go with Price because they bounced off and came back. So Price, please state name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you for me being accommodating of not being able to work Zoom. My name is Matthew Price. I'm an educator in Franklin Pierce School District. I'm also a resident of Midland. I want to thank the Chair and Executive Mello and the supporting council members for this resolution. The economic and social contributions of our immigrant community is well documented and already referenced in many other comments, and I want to thank all of you. I'm here simply today to talk about humanity and belonging. As an educator in Franklin Pierce Schools, I have the honor of supporting immigrant students in our schools. We are seeing the direct impact of these racist and illegal federal actions sweeping this country, and that is impacting our students every single day. When a student comes to me and tells me that they are afraid to go home because they don't know if their loved ones will be there, we are harming our children, we are harming our community. When students and school community members are disappearing, either taken by ICE or simply afraid to come to school because they don't feel safe, that is unacceptable. And that feeling of fear is absolutely being exacerbated by our very own sheriff and the hateful rhetoric coming from his department and the sheriff's deputy that interface and interact with my students every single day. The joy these students bring to our school communities is incalculable, and their loss is felt by all. We recently received a number of refugee students escaping a war zone, and these brilliant and intelligent students, many of which speak upwards of 7 languages to the number of times they have been displaced, are bringing new ideas, culture, and joy to everyone around them. One of these students told me recently that this is the most hostile place they've ever lived. We are failing our youth at the most basic level. This is unacceptable to me as an educator, unacceptable to me as a parent and a community member. I urge you to show up for all of Pierce County community members, especially our youth, who have an absolute and unequivocal right to feel safe and belong in this community. For me, youth are the canary in the coal mine. If they are unwell, we are all unwell. I strongly support this resolution, and this is the bare minimum we can be doing as a county. I urge the council to continue to lead and use every legislative tool you have to shut down the private prison, which is the Northwest Detention Center, which is currently housing community members outside of due process in undocumented, unsafe conditions. That led to the death of at least 3 people. Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Samsung. Please state in for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, I don't know what I'm doing, but that's why my name is Samsung, I guess. But I wanted to just give comment really quickly because although I'm happy that I hear most people defending all humans that are in our country, there's still some that aren't, including the sheriff. I think that is just an absolute shame, considering he wants to stand for law and order, yet he wants to work with a felon rapist. A felon rapist. This is who he wants to take orders from. somebody who has been holding people in prisons where they are getting abused, and they were ordered to send them back, and he has purposefully ignored judge's orders. That's not law and order. Can I do that? I would like to know, Sheriff, if I am able to just ignore the judge's orders and just continue life as usual. I thought here in this country, we were all supposed to be free. I thought here in this country, we were all supposed to have liberty and justice. That's not liberty and justice. He's holding people that need to come back into this country illegally, and he doesn't give a shit. That's not liberty and justice for all. You say you're pro-life, these people. They say they're pro-life. Yet you're okay with seeing little children with these little tiny handcuffs being taken away and searched. I just watched a video of literally a 7-year-old little girl.
Thank you for your comments.
Put in these little tiny handcuffs and searched. Unacceptable, Sheriff. That's on you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ramirez. Please stay in for the record. You will have 2 minutes.
Norma, are you there? Norma Ramirez is the name that we...
I'm here. Sorry, I couldn't find the right button. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am Norma Ramirez, a 40-year resident of Tacoma and granddaughter of immigrants. I urge you to support 2025 and 139S. We are all guaranteed due process. We all, including all our immigrant people, without regard to color, deserve to be treated with common decency, respect, dignity, and justice. As a retired public school teacher of 30 years, I'm here to advocate for all the immigrant families and children I have had the honor to teach and work with. I ask that we do everything we can to provide a safe, welcoming environment for all our members of our culturally rich home. And I thank all of those who have been testifying here today for your words and knowledge in support of 2025 139S. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Palmer, we're going to try this again. There we go. You'll have 2 minutes. Thank you for fixing technology for us.
Thank you for your patience. Now, good evening, members of County Council. I'd like to voice my support for this resolution and the lawful decision not to utilize county resources to assist federal agents in deporting immigrants. I've heard concerns in our community about prioritization, with some suggesting that the council should focus exclusively on issues like homelessness rather than immigration. This resolution effectively addresses these concerns. As reported in the packet, there are no to minimal fiscal impacts, but by supporting this act, we ensure that county resources are directed where they are most urgently needed, such as addressing homelessness, improving public safety, and fostering stability and security for all residents. This act prevents our local resources from being diverted to federal immigration enforcement efforts. It is essential to recognize that a community-centered approach to stability and security benefits everyone. Those concerned about safety for citizens, ICE is now deporting American children. This resolution affirms our commitment to equitable governance and protecting all residents, regardless of immigration status. We can and should address multiple issues simultaneously. Homelessness and immigration are interconnected challenges that require comprehensive solutions rooted in empathy and collaboration. In conclusion, endorsing the Keep Washington Working Act is about responsibly managing our resources to meet the diverse needs of our community. Please vote yes and prioritize policies that foster stability, security, and inclusivity for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have last name Rudolph. Please state your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes.
There we are. I think you got me. There I am. Okay. Yes, I'd like to kind of hit this at a little different angle than we've been talking about, and that is about the incarceration rates and things like that. About study led by Northwestern University a census found that immigrants were consistently less likely to be incarcerated than people born in the U.S. They also found, beginning in 1960, the incarceration gap widened such that immigrants today are 60% less likely to be incarcerated than U.S. born. The National Institute for Justice funded a study from in Texas, Department of Public Safety estimated the rate at which undocumented immigrants are arrested in crime. They found that undocumented immigrants were arrested less than half the rate of native-born citizens for violent drug offenses and other violent crimes. For the period 2012 to 2018 in Texas, which by the way, the border states are the safest to have more of the undocumented immigrants, the total homicide rate was 4.8 per 100,000 U.S.-born citizens. Was the U.S.-born citizens was 1.9% of the. Yeah, I'm sorry. The U.S.-born 4.8 of the 100,000, and the immigrants was 1.9 of 100,000. So unauthorized immigration, crime, and recidivism are much more prevalent in the American community, if you will. So anyway, that's where I'm at. It's just all a big thing from Trump wanting to badmouth and disparage people from other countries. And that's it. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have the last hand is Dodson. Please state your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Lynn Dodson. I am a Gig Harbor resident, and I strongly support and thank you very much for R2025139. Justice William Blackstone wrote that better that 10 guilty people go free than one innocent suffers. This principle was espoused by our founding fathers when they developed our Constitution, and most Americans agree with it. The current administration has turned this principle on its head. Better 10 innocent suffer than one guilty person goes free. Where is our humanity, our empathy? Can we imagine what Rumesa Oztark, an international student with a student visa, must have felt when she was surrounded on the street by 6 unidentifiable ICE agents who handcuffed her and whisked her off? Can we empathize with Heidi Sanchez? She's a mom of a 1-year-old with seizures, a nursing mother who was deported without her 1-year-old baby when she went to her regular immigration appointment. What if your brother was one of the hundreds of men disappeared to an El Salvadoran prison camp with no due process, no means for release, and against a judicial order? Rather, 100 innocent people suffer than one guilty go free, it seems. Immigrants, whether documented or not, contribute to our community. They work, they pay taxes, and without documentation, they're not entitled to most of the public benefits many of us rely on. They are our neighbors, our relatives. They care for our elderly parents and children. They participate in our lives and contribute to our economy. I want to live in a county where no one has to fear going to the police, to the courthouse, to church, to school, to work, where children don't worry about coming home to an empty house, where everyone is free to express their opinion without fear of detention or deportation. R2025 affirms our values and our principles. It affirms our humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And at this time, Madam Chair, there are no hands.
Seeing no other hands raised, I'm going to close public comment on R 2025-139S and bring it back before the council. For closing comments, we'll go to Vice Chair Herrera.
Thank you, Chair. Got to clear the voices. Listening to lots of folks today. As I indicated earlier, I'm not going to be supporting this resolution today, and it's mainly the message of it. It's a resolution that I think, and I talked about it in the committee, about having an unwavering support for undocumented immigrants may inadvertently convey a misleading sense of security. ICE is here. It's always been here. There's nothing new going on. There's nothing new that's going to be going on. ICE is here. They've been doing their job for many years. But the message of, saying it's okay to be here and undocumented, I think is not a good message. The undocumented immigrants, they have significant risks living here without legal status. Many experience life-altering consequences for that, including the constant threat of deportation and the exploitation in the workforce. That happens every day. And they're not going to go call the police that they didn't get paid or anything like that, but they came over here thinking it's okay. And I don't want to convey that to our undocumented immigrants, that it's okay to be here in Pierce County. They find themselves sometimes not to seek legal counsel for unpaid wages, like I said before, and they build lives here, stay here decades, get married, have families, raise families, only to face the harsh reality of constantly looking over their back that they might be deported. And it's after years of contributing to their communities. It's essential that we do not create a false narrative suggesting that living undocumented is a viable, secure option here. Instead, we should emphasize the importance of pursuing legal status and citizenship. History shows living in this country, being an active participant in this society, owning a business, contributing to the economy, buying a house or renting a house for your family, is most achievable for those who are documented. Life is much harder being undocumented. And we haven't talked anything, the resolution doesn't talk anything about encouraging that. I want to make sure that we communicate clearly that while we emphasize with the struggles of undocumented immigrants, the ultimate goal should be to encourage pathways to be documented and become citizens. This resolution doesn't do anything to help anybody. It's a feel-good resolution, it's, in my opinion. But if today was February 19th, 1942, and that was the day that President Franklin Roosevelt signed his Executive Order 9066, the rounding up of all Japanese citizens and everybody else in America, this resolution today would do nothing for Japanese Americans. It wouldn't. And all this resolution did today is bring fear, more fear, unnecessary fear. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not going to be supporting that today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councilmember Yambe. Or not go to there we go. Councilmember Yambe.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you everybody for bearing with us. This is a very heated and important topic, so I thank the commitment by everybody with all the different opinions. So I appreciate my colleague for reminding us about those troubling lessons that we had to learn the hard way through in 1941. Before I go there, essentially this resolution just establishes that county resources, personnel, facilities, funds will not be used to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement activities. That's the basic, unless it's required by law or court order. So if there is a criminal matter, this does not apply. So we are still going after criminals, and we are still going after people who are a threat to public safety and making our communities less safe. I remind myself and think about this often, about the scene in 1942 or 1941. People who look like me packing up what only they could carry, selling their property, and being escorted as if they were criminals by federal officers and military members without due process, without constitutional rights. And I think about how each of us has to do our part. What will we do if that was us and it was our neighbors getting summarily rounded up and carted off? Would we just sit and say, oh, that's a shame? Or would we, you know, what would we do? A comment that came up that said, well, by not, cooperating in federal investigations, that we're asking for lawsuits. We had a case in Pierce County where our department, in the case of Rios v. Pierce County, settled because a natural citizen was detained under suspicion of a DUI in Pierce County Jail without charges, and he was being scheduled to be released, and then they sent him over to the Northwest Detention Center for a week. And then he sued us, and he won his case. It's expensive cooperating with the federal government because that's not our job at the county. Now, also, there is this great statement: deportation, immigration, and federal law enforcement duties are under the jurisdiction of federal courts and federal law enforcement agencies. The focus of local law enforcement is on criminal violations that affect local community safety and quality of life. Local law enforcement agencies work with the federal law enforcement and the federal court system on an ongoing basis. It goes on, it says that resulting benefits to Washington residents have included dismantling and interruption of cartel drug trafficking organizations, human trafficking rings, organized crime groups. It goes on. Local law enforcement is also called upon to assist federal law enforcement with operations in their communities. When requested, the role of local law enforcement is primarily to be on standby while federal agencies conduct their operations for purposes of officer and subject safety. Goes on saying the essence and strength of local law enforcement in our nation is that sheriffs and police chiefs are accountable to the U.S. and Washington state constitutions, to voters in the case of elected sheriffs, to local elected officials in the case of police chiefs, and to residents in their jurisdictions. The federal government has no direct authority over local law enforcement. Now, this is a document where the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs, which our sheriff and many others are a part of. The Washington State Sheriffs and Police Chiefs want all Washington residents to know that no one in our state should fear calling 911 for help due to their immigration status. The role of our officers, deputies, troopers, and agents is to serve and protect everyone. We will always seek to provide that protection fairly and without regard to immigration status. Now, those are great, great words, and I applaud them for that. And some of my colleagues will say that these are very touching words and just, they sound good, they come from the heart, but the question is, does this make us safer? Well, I'll turn that around and say, I do not think that just by having this proclamation makes everyone safe. But I do say that if there are any other better solutions on the table that does not require showing fealty to an administration that has demonstrated that it is cruel, not this sheriff's administration, but a administration at the federal level that is cruel and does not regard the Constitution. And so therefore, if there's any reasonable suggestions and alternatives to how we can protect Pierce County residents, I'm all ears from all of my colleagues. But so far, this is what we have, and this is what we've got, and I encourage you to support this because I don't see any alternatives at the moment, and this is the best that we've got. And I'd rather have a little bit of certainty, of uncertainty even, to tell those families to say, hey, it gives a little clarity, which my family and many people were not afforded. And so that one light in the dark is still a light in the dark. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. We will go to Councilmember Denson.
Thank you, Chair. with all due respect, I would say that things have definitely changed in the last few months. Things are definitely different, and they have shifted in ways that are frightening and incomprehensible and unbelievable. And I keep saying unbelievable, and I need to stop saying that, because I think I need to make sure that I'm recognizing the reality of what's happening, because it's concerning. Things have changed for our immigrants. Things have changed for people of color. Things have changed for other groups in our community, and you just have to question what and who is going to be next as a target. I have a friend of mine, early on, when we started hearing about these ICE emphasis patrols, a friend of mine who had an employee of 35 years, says one of his best employees, a family man, great employee, tax-paying resident of Pierce County, didn't show up for work for a week, and they couldn't find him. Well, they finally found him in the ICE detention facility. And it's only thanks to the fact that, his employer just stood by him and got an attorney, and they finally got him out, but only maybe a week or so ago. This was not a criminal, somebody who'd done nothing wrong, 35-year employee of a company contributing to our tax base and to our wonderful county. So things have definitely changed. I don't think that this resolution is going to give immigrants or people of color any kind of sense of security. I think that they are well aware of the risks, and they have certainly a lot of reason to be concerned. And I think they're smart to be concerned. This resolution is important because it affirms that the states still have rights. We have rights being part of the state of Washington. The state of Washington has rights. Our legislature has rights. And Pierce County has the right and the duty to make sure that we are in compliance with state law. That is what this resolution is about. I will also say that I agree with the Sheriff Department that we are woefully understaffed with deputies. I hear this from my residents all the time in my district, and I know the other districts feel the same, because when budget comes up, we're always like, I want more in my area, they want more in their area. We don't really have control over that anyway, and we do everything we can to support good officers that are protecting our communities. We have very limited public safety resources, and I want the good people that work for the Sheriff Department to be keeping our residents safe and making sure that everybody should feel safe in Pierce County. And if you're not feeling safe, we need to know about that so that we can do whatever we can to help. And I know our sheriff would want to know about that as well, so that he can make sure that he's doing what he can to help. I want our taxpayer resources going to help the residents of Pierce County. Our federal administration has the sole responsibility of immigration, and 139 does nothing to thwart that. I don't like what's happening. I don't agree with what's happening, but 139 doesn't stop what the feds are doing. What it does stop is our complicity. It stops us from being a part of it, which is, again, in line with state law. So we are not only, what I think, doing the right thing personally, but we are also doing what is right by state law, which is what we need to be doing here in Pierce County. This whole situation is so scary, and I'm so sorry for the families and individuals that are going through this. But I am supporting 139S because it keeps us in compliance with state law at the very minimum. It's supporting our residents, our hardworking residents that are good people and contributing to Pierce County in so many ways. And it protects the very limited resources we have as a county. You've heard that mentioned in a number of ways tonight. We've got very limited resources as a county. We want our taxpayer resources to be used to help make Pierce County a better place for everyone to live. Thank you, and I urge my colleagues to support this today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. we will go to Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. And also appreciate my colleagues making the statements that they have. I will try not to duplicate any of that because I know we are short on time. But I did want to respond to the quote from Councilmember Herrera around this resolution doesn't do anything for anyone. I 100% disagree with that statement. This resolution will help us at the county and will help the executive clarify what to do if ICE agents show up to their place of employment. That is, we are operationalizing Keep Washington Working. That is a very clear way in which this is doing something. I will say, unfortunately, a lot of people don't know what to do if that happens. We don't have those clear policies. This law has been in effect for several years. The fact that we don't have those policies in place already is, it opens us up for liability. And thank you, Councilmember Yambe, for putting a fiscal risk to this, because if we don't do this, taxpayers will be paying for our mistakes. And we are avoiding those mistakes right now by passing this resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the comments. We're going to go to Councilmember Moreau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for everyone who testified and who sat through a very long, arduous. I think we are going to set a record. So I'm just saying that. But also, I appreciate the discussion among colleagues. Definitely a lot of passion that is being voiced. I will agree with Councilmember Herrera in some of his comments. I think the unfortunate thing, we are here because of a total failure of Congress to implement any immigration plan over the last 10 years. So we are put in this position because they have refused to come up with an immigration pathway. So I don't really blame some folks for wanting to come to America. I have toured many nations lately, Denmark, Sweden being two that I can speak to, who have basically closed down a lot of their visa programs just because of the challenge that they are dealing with. And the mayor of Malmö spoke to us about the challenges of immigration that they have in Scandinavian countries, and we are no different than that. But I think there again, this resolution expresses an opinion or a purpose on any given matter. It's not going to change how duly elected departments operate. The executive has already given his order dealing with federal officials. You can go down and look at it on the second floor door on what he's done. That's his prerogative as executive over his departments. Individually elected departments, whether it be the sheriff, the prosecutor, they operate based on the Constitution of the state of Washington, and also the fact that they are elected independent officials, same way with the assessor treasurer, same way with the auditor. So in this, my amendment that I attempted to pass, because this really didn't have to happen. This resolution did not have to come forward. We could have all sat around as adults and discussed this matter through instead of having to bring a resolution forward. So I think there again, this matter, all it does is give political insight into people's position on how they view things. Plain and simple. We see it. We see it here. I can pretty much guarantee you that none of you would vote for me in my district because I'm a Republican. But yet I get elected by 70% because I do the will of my area, which is District 1. And the comments that I've gotten are 10-1 against this resolution because there again, it does nothing other than makes us feel good that we're attempting to promote something here. So, you know, I'm not, and you know, I apologize to my colleague for a little bit of teasing about simplicity, because none of this is simple. It's tough. We're elected to make decisions, and I do not like voting for things that continue to divide us as a community. So with that, I will not be supporting this resolution. And it's very unfortunate that it came forward without my feeling of having open, honest discussion. And instead of making it a basic, I hate to say, a political issue. So, and, you know, you can chuckle all you want, but I've been around for a little while. I've seen these things play out. And, you know, it's challenging for me because I get accused of being a certain type of individual, which, you know, I've taken my arrows, I've taken my spears. So, you know, I understand why I'm here, what I'm doing, and I tried to get an amendment that basically said that Pierce County Council affirms the county's commitment to fostering a community where all individuals feel secure in accessing public services, engaging in civil life, and contributing to the economic and social vitality of our county. But my colleagues voted it down. So I have the amended version of 139S in front of me, and there again, I am not in favor of it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the comments. We will go to Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have to say thank you too. This has been very interesting and very telling for me. It's been an emotional evening, and I appreciate all of the comments. But I have to agree with Councilmember Morrell. And I did not want this to go forward either because of all of the emotions that come out. And I'm listening to this and I'm like, what is, this isn't about immigrants. This is about the rule of law. And, well, as I listen to this and I hear about community, I don't have a community. I'm a resident of the area where I live. And I don't look at this community and that one, and that's dividing. And when I look at how, and a resolution, it's like, what does it say? What is it asking me to do? What is it asking me to believe? What is it asking constituents to believe and pay for? And this is an expression of a philosophy. And when I'm reading this, I am seeing the words public safety. You know, we often find criminals that are back on the streets before the cops get their reports done. It talks about equity, which to me is special rights, not equal rights. It talks about access, and it specifically says immigrants and refugees, and then it says all. That's being dividing. For me it is. But I think part of the word this is it's not about breaking the Keep Washington Working Act. We have that here. But this is about, you know, what do you say to Rachel Morin's mother? I don't know if you watched her give her story on her daughter who was brutally murdered, beaten against rocks, strangled, raped by an immigrant. Undocumented, illegal, whatever. What do you say to the children who have been trafficked and used to get across the borders? These are the things that I'm concerned about. The immigration, it is a rich history. Nobody is dismisses that. We all agree. We all came from there, from somewhere. It's not about that. But this county, specifically, they've got all kinds of help for immigrants. Don't say we don't help them. Here's a Know Your Rights program. We have an Immigration Refugee Commission. I went to the Tacoma Community House, had a welcoming day. I'm not certain what the title was, but they had, 20-some different groups there helping people get their papers, helping them do what you're asking for. So it's not about that. This is just something that is a feel-good situation to point out things and divide people. We aren't really in disagreement with you. And also, and I have to appreciate those who have helped those. I mean, there are sponsors that people can do to help those who are here and are looking to have the work done. What are we saying to the people who have done everything right? They've worked hard, and then there are those who are, yeah, they need help, but they don't do what they need to do. Well, we get it that there are issues, but there's plenty of help. The other thing is, what wasn't brought up that I came across is, if I can find where my notes are, but there is a program, the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, which is a federal program administered by the U.S. DOJ, which helps to pay for the staff time that is used for working with those who have been picked up, the ones that are criminal, the ones who are raping children, the ones who are murdering. Well, I don't, and Pierce County and Washington State have been recipients of this in the past, and that is something that, I don't know if they're looking into it now, but I'm just not seeing these rounding up of people going on in Pierce County. I have been to the detention center. I have toured the detention center. It was quite some time ago. But I'm not a federal person, and I know that there are two sides to every story, and I know that life is not fair. And I can't speak to those who have told stories of those who are in the detention center. I can't say they're right or they're wrong because I don't have that story. But I just know that this particular resolution was to affirm the Keep Washington Working Act and the commitment to our immigrants and refugees, and we have all that. I'm just asking that we not lump in those who are harming citizens. So, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the time. I appreciate being able to have the discussion and try to confirm things. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the comments. I will conclude with acknowledgement and thanks for the time and energy that went into those that are here, to my colleagues for the thoughtful discussion. And the reality is many of us knew how this vote would most likely go before we walked in here, not because we talked to each other, but because we know each other and we have received much of the same feedback. And I think one of the reasons that I will be supporting this is it is the law. It is what we are supposed to be following. And I don't know what to do if ICE comes to a council meeting. I have not been trained. I don't have that in writing. And I'm the chair of the county council. And so I think if I don't have these things in front of me. I want to make sure the assessor treasurer has these things. I want to make sure the auditor has these things. I want to make sure our courtrooms are prepared. I want to make sure in Pierce County, if you are accessing services, whether you have documentation or not, whether you're documented and left your documentation at home, that you feel safe enough to show up and be part of our processes. And so this is requesting that all separately elected officials go over the Keep Washington Working Act, make sure they know what the rules are, and that their staff know how to manage them and support them and do the work of the people. The other part around the false sense of security, I can't imagine anyone right now who has a TV or a phone has a false sense of security in this. I don't think that's what this creates. I think it creates a process for those of us in government and in Pierce County to know what to do. We had 2.5 years ago, and my date could be wrong, a whole group of people that this council wholeheartedly stood behind, allocated funds, collected coats, ran food drives, gathered blankets, took videos and talked to, and they have gotten a letter from the federal government saying that their temporary status is revoked. And then they got another letter that said, oh, wait, we were wrong. They don't feel safe. They don't feel welcome. And they were here at our invitation, the Pierce County Council. We said, yes, we're going to help you. And these were our Ukrainian refugees. And that is just one group of many groups that are here that are trying to do the best they can. The majority, and I do mean a very large majority, are here under some type of process, and the process is very messed up. I'm not going to try and say that's fixed. But the processes that we have are under attack, they are confusing, and right now, because they are so confusing, people are afraid. And I need people to feel willing to call 911, to go to the hospital, to access resources, and say, I need help. I want them to show up for their jobs. I want their kids to go to school. I want them to be part of our community. And that is what I was asking for, and that is what I believe my colleagues, the majority of my colleagues on the council are asking for. So with no other comments from my colleagues, I'm just going to double check. I'm going to ask the clerk to please call the roll on the adoption of R 2025-139S. Let me turn on.
Councilmember Cruver?
Nay.
Councilmember Morel?
No.
Councilmember Ayala?
Aye.
Councilmember Yambe?
Yes.
Councilmember Denson?
Yes.
Councilmember Herrera?
No.
Councilmember Hitchin?
Aye.
You have 4 ayes and 3 nays.
With 4 ayes and 3 nays, the motion is adopted. Thank you, everybody. Deep breath. Okay. So, we still have section 9. So here is what I'm going to propose. I also need to, I'm assuming everybody else does, need to use the bathroom. I would like to invite us to take a 12-minute recess. So we will be back at 8:10. We're going to have some water available. And again, the bathrooms are out there. We still have one more item and then community forum. So 12:10, we will, or not 12:10, 8:10, we will be back. Thank you. Good evening, and I can officially say really good evening. We are back. It is 8:10. We are finally to section 9, which is ordinances, and I'm going to look to my colleague, Councilmember Denson, for a motion on ordinance 2025-510. Let me find your microphone. There you go.
Thank you, Chair. I move that we approve proposal number R 2025-510.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt ordinance 2025-510. Can the clerk please read it into the record?
Proposal number O 2025-510, an ordinance of the Pierce County Council removing the county's voluntary participation in the federal E-Verify program by repealing Pierce County Code sections 2-106022, application of E-Verify requirements, 2-106025, enforcement of E-Verify contract terms, 3-08105 E-Verify, and 3-20050, participation in E-Verify, amending sections 2-106020, definitions, and setting an effective date.
Thank you. We are going to go to Ms. Long to introduce.
Thank you, and good evening. The council adopted ordinance 2009-74S in 2010, mandating that the county enroll in and use the E-Verify program to verify the employment eligibility of all persons to be hired by the county as county employees, and as a condition for the award of certain contracts. This proposal before you tonight would remove the county's voluntary participation in the federal E-Verify program and modify the county code as noted in the ordinance title. E-Verify is the electronic verification of work authorization program of the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigration Responsibility Act of 1996. It is and operated by the United States Department of Homeland Security, or a successor electronic verification of work authorization program designated by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security or other federal agency authorized to verify the work authorization status of newly hired employees pursuant to federal law. E-Verify is a voluntary program. However, employers with federal contracts or subcontracts that contain the Federal Acquisition Regulation E-Verify clause are required to enroll in E-Verify as a condition of federal contracting. The Pierce County Code currently provides that as a condition for the award of a county contract for public works in excess of $100,000 or any other county contract in excess of $25,000, the contractor shall enroll in the E-Verify program, and there are certain exceptions to that. There are a number of concerns identified in the ordinance itself about the federal E-Verify program, and I think those are pretty much touched on by the executive's presentation earlier tonight, so I won't go through all those. The ordinance does note a couple of benefits of removing the county's voluntary participation in the E-Verify program, and they include promoting trust between the county and the diverse communities it serves while enhancing service delivery and reducing administrative burdens. Also enhancing efficiency in the county contracting process, allowing for a shorter timeline and improved collaboration between the county and its contracted organizations. I will note that the county and its contractors will continue to use E-Verify when required by federal contracts or subcontracts that contain the Federal Acquisition Regulation E-Verify clause. This proposal was heard in the Rules and Operations Committee on April 14th and received a due pass recommendation. There is no fiscal impact noted on the statement that's in your packets, and with that, I can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I will open this up to colleagues with questions. Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question pertaining to would E-Verify come with federal grants? Anyone in finance here?
Ms. Murray from the Executive's Office.
So thank you, Julie Murray, Executive Council. It does come in some grants, mostly in the form of public works, and so we would expect to be still using E-Verify for those purposes.
So if Human Services gets a $4 million contract from the federal government, you're saying it doesn't have to have E-Verify?
Correct. I'm not aware, there is a subset for which it is attached, and that's something that the finance department does look at when we are accepting a federal award. So it becomes a note within Workday to make sure then that E-Verify is done. But it's not applied en masse to all federal grants or funding.
Okay. So basically what we're saying is we're setting up a two-tier system for verification, whether it be I-9 or E-Verify.
That's a two-tier system the federal government has created for us, yes.
Right. And currently we just have the E-Verify.
Currently, as this proposal does, it removes the requirement that that be done on all funds. It's not just federal funds, but it's all contracts, so it's really agnostic as to fund source, but it's all employees, all contracts. And with respect to employees, we'll continue to do the I-9 process that's also required by federal law, and so we'll continue to do our federal obligations.
Okay. And since you're here, in your opinion, why are we doing this?
I think there are people here today will tell you it significantly slows down the contracting process. If you have a business with, say, 10 employees, you're required to go through the process for those employees, and there's kind of a time cost. Even though the software system is free, you have to learn it, you have to be able to apply it correctly, and you have to be able to deal with tentative non-confirmation or non-confirmed individuals, and that can take a long time. And so even with respect to the hiring process, if you have a person who has that designation, be it from a mistake in terms of the database or your mistake in terms of putting their name into the system, there is you should know as well as I do, time is money, and there is a factor there of imposing basically this burden on anyone who does business with the county. It's not one they expect. It's one that is unusual in the sense that we are an outlier, and we are seeking to remove that to speed up and to alleviate that burden on our small businesses so that we're a more attractive county to do business with.
And in your experience, if you have someone like Catholic Community Services who has hundreds of employees, you have to go through and E-Verify them every time you get a grant?
Under the current proposal, yes. We have to do and ensure that verification processes happen. So it becomes, along with the grant, a continuing obligation for them to comply with. Because it's part of our county code. And so that is the purpose, is to remove that.
Okay. I just have never heard that before. Where
I think there's some people
today. Every employee that you have, even though you've received grants from the county before, and go through E-Verify on, I could see it on smaller organizations where it might be a burden, but.
It's for any contract of that is, $25,000 or more with the county. And so I have the honor of reviewing almost every contract, many contracts that come through the executive office, and I see that in Workday. It is a requirement that we ask them to demonstrate their compliance with.
Okay. And it is there again, the opinion of the executive, this just produces too many burdens on too many nonprofits.
Nonprofits, for-profits in the county itself. It's duplicative of the I-9 process. We will continue to do that. There's not a necessity to do this.
Okay. And your understanding, and you've been very involved in this, the difference between the I-90 process in the E-Verify?
Well, the I-9 process, we all have to do that. E-Verify requires you to input the information from the I-9 into the system. And so, again, that's a burden that we're putting on small businesses and those owners who don't have a dedicated human resources department like we do. And then they have to deal with the consequences of what the output of that is. And so we know there are issues within the database itself and its accuracy. And there's also issues, particularly if you have a difficult foreign-born name where mistakes can happen. You can appear to have an alias. And I think we heard in committee, even, one of our, Helen McGovern, our acting human resources person, had that instance happen with her, because if you have a hyphenated name, if you have a accent on there, even by the Office of Management and Budget with the federal government, you're 20 times more likely if you have one of those last names, not like Murray, to show up as being a non-confirmed, and you're going to have to work that out, and you have to seek basically confirmation from, sometimes you have to go to Social Security to get that, or you have to go to Immigration Control. And I can let you know, it's not that easy to get to those agencies right now.
Okay. According to the IRS here form that I'm holding, the Form I-90 is mandatory.
It's I-9. So.
Excuse me, the I-90. Yeah, thank you for that correction. It is mandatory, does not require a Social Security number, does not require a photo or identification document. E-Verify is there again voluntary for most employers, requires a Social Security number, and requires photo or identification documents. That's the difference that we're talking about.
I don't know. I'm not as aware of between the two. In both instances, these are particularly with the I-9, if you're feeling that the information is insufficient, it's a federal matter for which they've decided what are the allowable documents. So you're right. I've never used my Social Security card to prove my I-9 status. I've always used my passport. That has my picture on it as well.
Yeah, and yeah, agree. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the questions. We had lights, but then they went away, so now I'm confused. So we'll go to Councilmember Krueger first. Again, we're on questions, not debate.
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. And Councilmember Ayala.
Sorry, it wasn't a question, it was a comment.
Okay. Y'all, it's almost 9. Councilmember Denson.
I have a question.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Murray, you said that we're a bit of an outlier in our requirements for E-Verify. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Are there other counties that don't? I mean, how are we an outlier?
Based on my research, I mean, overwhelmingly the jurisdictions are we're all doing it when we're required to do it by federal law.
Of course.
And so as I was looking for jurisdictions who we could look at as a comparable, are they just doing it for their contractors? Are they just doing it for the employees? It's just that you can't see it because it's not there, because the state of Washington's not doing it. Seattle's not doing it. King County's not doing it. This was a choice, and that's why in our code it says it's our voluntary participation. And we decided as Pierce County the extent of that participation. The decision to make it for contracts of $25,000, that's what's in our code. Could have been $1 million, but you decided, $25,000. But what we've heard is obviously, the smaller you are, the more difficult it is. And it's not one, I think if it was a very well accepted system, it'd be one the federal government would require all of us to do, but they don't. So.
Thank you, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Any other questions? Okay, so we're going to open this up for public hearing, and then we'll come back for comments. We have a lot less people now, so my sheets may not help me, but if people explicitly wrote E-Verify, I'm going to call on you. We are going to start with Kate Ginn, followed by Jake Trancho. And I know I said that wrong, but I apologize. So we'll start with Kate.
Good evening, Chair Hitchen and council members. Thank you for considering the proposal to remove the E-Verify requirement from county code. As the Deputy Director of First Five Fundamentals, I oversee multiple county contracts, and I also oversee adherence to E-Verify for our organization. The system requires me as an administrator to complete an online training just to use it, and is completely duplicative of existing I-9 documentation processes, which has been mentioned. Last year, I participated as one of 3 community partners with county staff on the contracting and procurement improvement team. As you know, the improvement team was led through process improvement activities to identify opportunities to reduce the time between contract award and receiving the contract, to reduce bureaucratic inefficiencies from contracting, and E-Verify was noted as one of those inefficiencies. Not only is it cited in contracts as a requirement, but as contractors were required to complete an entirely separate form called the E-Verify Declaration during the contracting process. And as an organization that supports collaborative community projects that involve multiple organizations, subcontracting is central to what we do. And contract language not only requires us to participate, but it requires us to pass that requirement along to our subcontractors, which in our case is dozens of childcare providers in Pierce County who have very frequent staff turnover, who do not have a human resources staff. And it also just feels inappropriate. It feels like it's requiring us to be immigration agents to our subcontractors, and would be a significant burden on us to go through verifying that they also participate in E-Verify with auditing. So the contract language states the prime contractor is responsible for verification of every applicable subcontractor. As employers, we're responsible for documenting what is federally required, but anything more raises surveillance concerns, and it's a flawed system. So thank you for considering removing it.
Thank you for your comments. Is Jake here? If your name is not Jake, but it's something close to Jake, and I might be misreading it. Okay. Then we will go to Bill. Alice, you're still in the house. And I didn't do my reminder. We're at 2 minutes to be consistent for the night.
I don't want to be here overnight. I love you guys, but I don't. Hi, my name is Alice Fong, and I am the chair of the Pierce County Commission on Refugee and Immigrant Affairs. And I just want to clarify a few things on this. I love learning. And so in my love for learning, I really love human resources, and I think you all can even guess it is because it can help foster culture. And so I went and I got a HR management certificate at Lake Washington Tech. And one of the projects that we had to do with our partners is to select and to learn, proper ways to hire people. And my partner and I were like, let's do I-9 because we thought it was pretty easy. And so we really dug into that. So I just want to clarify that the I-9 is the federal document. The E-Verify is a voluntary. When you hire a person, we must look at their physical Social Security card. We must also see a photo identification that is government issued, your passport, your military ID. Those are, and there are other documents that help verify that. And so the redundancy that you're hearing is that we're already doing the I-9 process, and then they have to enter the information into this E-Verify. And that is where that's the redundancy of it. I actually was in the HR world, and so I reached out to my HR. He's a retired executive, and I just pounded him with all the questions because they asked us. Executive Mello said, hey, check this out. And so I asked him all the questions. I said, does it stop us from having, shoot. You do keep, all right. Well,
Thank you, Ms.
I'm
Vaughn.
sorry. I forgot the two.
Wendy. Okay. Christian. Is there a Christian here? Lopez? Okay, is there anyone else in chambers that wanted to, those are the ones that I found and highlighted because that was the color of choice, that wants to speak on this? Okay, we are going to go online, Mr. Winsberry.
Yes, Madam Chair. For any members of the public who wish to provide a comment on proposal number O2025-510, press the raise hand icon in Zoom or star 9 on your telephone keypad. Madam Chair, the first hand we have is Stephanie V. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Clarity. In 2022, we, the Parent Education Resilience Collaborative, turned down a substantial grant funded by the Behavioral Health Tax in hopes that we could advocate for systemic change that would repeal the required use of E-Verify and demonstrate how Pierce County stands for their immigrants and LGBTQIA communities. We are here 3 years later at a time when support for our immigrant and refugee communities is crucial, and our local government and representatives are in a position to do something about it once again. The E-Verify program not only puts an additional administrative and economic burden on businesses and organizations, it is a faulty system that disproportionately flags Hispanic surnames, which can be combined or extended names, and LGBTQIA individuals whose name or gender marker has changed. During this current administration, there have been several attacks on the immigrant and LGBTQIA community. These attacks have made it even more difficult for folks from these communities to survive. Some of the council members here today have said that these resolutions and proposals do nothing to protect the community. I am here to say they are wrong. This year, as I have been supporting parents who are immigrants and LGBTQIA like myself, I can say that the fear within these communities is very real, and people are looking to their local government for support and safety. In February of this year, Tacoma declared themselves a sanctuary city for LGBTQIA people, stating a commitment to ensuring that all individuals, regardless of gender identity, sexual orientation, feel safe and supported, as well as to diversity, inclusion, and justice, so all residents can live without fear of discrimination or harm. Taking a step to remove E-Verify requirement would be taking that step further to support our communities from experiencing more harm and affirming them that their county stands behind them. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have George C. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, council members. My name is George Consuelo. Sharon again. I'm from the Commission for Refugee and Immigrant Affairs. I'm speaking in support of this resolution to get rid of E-Verify. Part of our commission in finding workforce development and education, one of our focuses, we saw the development and implementation and studied the implementation of E-Verify across the county, and we kind of had a balance and just saw that there was more struggles rather than benefits serving our community. And so this can lead, the implementation or the continuation of the E-Verify can lead to actually unsafe work environments for folks that know that they don't have a social security number or a TIN number, which is a temporary identification number, which is used for working only. If they don't have either of these, that may lead to unfair and unsafe work environments and procedures to where they have to work under the table. We see this already across on the eastern side of our state with our laborers and our campesinos, in which they are getting paid much less for what they are working than what they deserve due to limitations such as social security numbers and TIN numbers. And we see that official policy, like the Braceros program, although that was the legal way to quote unquote go through things, have been used to undermine the workers in labor for Latinos. And so this is why I am speaking in support of removing E-Verify and in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Figueroa. Please state your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes.
Hello. I am reading a petition from Ada Figueroa, who had to leave and spoke earlier on another issue. So I will read her testimony. My name is Ada Figueroa, a proud member of our diverse Pierce County community. I support families facing perinatal mood and anxiety disorders, interconnected struggles of domestic violence, financial hardship, and the complexities of immigration. Organizations like mine, Perinatal Support Washington, provide essential, culturally competent care, offering mothers the support they need during one of the most vulnerable times in their lives. We turned down funding by the Pierce County Behavioral Health Tax 3 years ago because we would have been required through that grant to use E-Verify on our staff, who are members of the communities we serve. The E-Verify puts unnecessary surveillance on those staff. We were not able to serve hundreds of families in Pierce County due to the council's denial to remove E-Verify that came about 3 years ago. Please make a different choice this time that this resolution is before you. It undermines our ability to build the workforce that we need to support our communities.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Vicky, which is our last hand. Please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Vicky Stanich, and I live in District 6, and I strongly support Ordinance 2025-510. Ordinance 2025-150 combats discrimination, ensuring that everyone in our community feels safe and valued. The enactment of Ordinance 2025-510 prevents the misuse and waste of taxpayer funds on redundant programs such as the use of the E-Verify program, which has been criticized for intruding on privacy and creating unnecessary barriers to employment. The IRS already mandates the use of an I-9 form for employment eligibility, as Executive Mello mentioned earlier. I am hopeful that Ordinance 2025-510, by prohibiting the expenditure of public funds on E-Verify, ensures that our resources are directed towards more effective and inclusive programs. Thank you.
And at this time, Madam Chair, I see no other hands.
Seeing no other hands, we will close public comment on Ordinance 2025-510 and bring it back before the council. We'll start with Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. I just want to share that in a previous life, it was my responsibility to do intake and fill out I-9 forms. And so I had to go through the process of doing this with every single person that we employed. For those that are unfamiliar, the I-9 form requires you to show both a photo ID that matches an employment authorization verification, whether that be let's say if you're a DACA student who's allowed to work, you can show your driver's license and your DACA verification. Or maybe you have a particular visa. There are very clear guidelines as to what constitutes employment authorization, and we're doing this process already, and our communities are doing this process already. And as we've heard today, that redundancy is hurting very valuable services of our community, not just childcare. I know that we had a speaker speak to that, but those supporting homelessness, those supporting veterans, those supporting so many other things that we as a council have said are important to us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the comments. We will go to Vice Chair Herrera.
Thank you, Chair. We talked about the I-9 form and the E-Verify, and from what I understand, the I-9 form is the paper form of it, and anybody can write anything on there. And it's up to the employer and the employee to give that information. E-Verify is verifying it electronically against what's written on the I-9 form. When we get pulled over by the police, we show them our driver's license. That's the paper form. He looks at you and goes back to his car and goes on a government website to confirm that the ID is you and that you are authorized to drive, because just looking at you cannot tell that. So regular folks are getting verified constantly and stuff like that. So when we're using, we've been doing this since 2010, and, you know, working with or accepting taxpayer dollars to do good, you know, it's tough working with the government, but we have to be we need to be very careful with our taxpayer dollars. We certainly don't want to send a message to the public in Pierce County that we condone contracting with organizations or companies who may use questionable labor practices, since it's much, much easier to employ unauthorized workers in the absence of E-Verify. So again, you know, I think, you know, we all support those seeking a better life, but I don't think this is the way to move that along. Getting rid of E-Verify, I think, just puts us in a vulnerable spot.
Thank you for the comments. We'll go to Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say, normally I am full support of getting rid of redundancy. It's like trying to get a building permit, filling out when you buy a house, all the checks, and it seems like you're answering the same thing over and over. However, when I look and research on this, the benefits of having the E-Verify system is because it's like doing a background check, in the sense where I know at our church, anybody who works in the daycare, everyone has to have a background check. Anyone who works at the church has a background check. And so it's just another way of confirming who's who. And in the world today, when we have such sophisticated electronics and the artificial intelligence and the way things can be captured, I think it is prudent for us to be a little bit more careful and not eliminate a system that can help us to confirm who's who. It helps to reduce identity fraud, which we know is rampant on that. And as Councilmember Herrera was saying, it's just verifying a Social Security number, which we know that for years that there's a great deal of fraud in our security number, Social Security. And then as far as, you know, saying what a burden it is if things come back wrong, there is 98.49% confirmed upon entry. The 1.68 of employees who receive mismatches, of those 0.17 are later confirmed, 1.51 are found not authorized to work. And so it's a very minimal intrusion, I would say, on that to be able to use that. And also being implemented, there's a pilot project for E-Verify Plus. And this is where the employee will enter in the information, so less likely to have any errors of that. It has error rate for non-confirmation are below 0.3%, and it provides real-time notifications. It's mobile accessibility, compliance support with privacy and security. And it uses robust encryption, so it helps to protect the identity. So I think it behooves us, in order to keep this system and help employers, you know, confirm who's working there. It helps capture people who may be looking to do nefarious things in this country, in this county, that it is a good thing to have one more piece, which is not that intrusive, to verify, you know, who is who and where the taxpayer dollars are going. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the comments. We will go to Councilmember Morrell, because you haven't spoken yet, because Councilmember Ayala wants to speak again, but you haven't spoken.
He has spoken. I was asking questions. We're at the comment part.
We're at the comment part.
Yeah, okay, just clarifying.
Yeah, comment away.
Okay, I'll comment away. You know, I look at this as being a business owner for the last, Lord knows, 42 years. I use E-Verify for all my companies, and it can pose a challenge. I had one employee that got red flagged, and we were able to get him an alien registration card that kept him working. So there are ways to deal with this in a proper, orderly manner. I heard testimony that E-Verify is intimidating. Is it intimidating to give a social security number and a photo ID to protect taxpayers' money? I don't think so. I think it's a necessary step. When we're giving someone money for a contract, I think, as Councilmember Herrera said, there is a different level. And, you know, if you're dealing with the government, you have to be used to the bureaucracy. And granted, we're all in this to try and eliminate the timelines that these contracts get issued on. But, you know, I mean, government has frustrated me from day one, but, you know, they're all risk avert. And to me, this is a level of risk aversion that will help people to get everything in order. You know, big or small organizations, you know, they adapt, they get used to it. You have a high employee turnover. Okay, maybe you need to look at your business model and see what the problem is. But to be hiring individuals where you don't require a social security number, you don't require a photo ID on an I-9 form, and you think it's intimidating to get a social security number and a photo ID, there again, I just think it's protection for the taxpayers. I don't think it's a intimidating level that you can't achieve. And yeah, maybe you got to do more paperwork, but anytime I deal with the government, I do more paperwork. It just comes with the territory. So anyway, I will also, this is not the first time that this has come forward. It was brought up in another ordinance. And an ordinance, the difference between an ordinance and a resolution, this does become law. I mean, it becomes law. So this does have impact on what we're doing here. So back in ordinance 2022-60, it was first brought forward as it was verified in testimony that E-Verify was challenged. The majority on this council voted in favor of it. The exec at the time vetoed it and had legitimate reasons for vetoing it. And, you know, I could read you his letter, but, you know, I'm not going to continue to pound something that is going to end up with an obvious vote. So anyway, time is late. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done.
Thank you for your comments. We will go to Councilmember Ayala again.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to make clear that in the I-9 form, one, it's required for employment. So E-Verify is duplicative. And it also requires that the employer attests under a penalty of perjury. So there is some ramifications if there's any breakage of law. Additionally, I do want to mention that it also, E-Verify would disproportionately impact women as well, mostly due to name changes when there is marriage, does impact our LGBTQ community who change their names or gender identification. It creates more issues than it solves the issues that we're trying to solve. Additionally, coming from the nonprofit world, it is often said we are overworked and underpaid. And so turnover is really, really high in those spaces. And it's often the spaces that work with our most vulnerable communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the comments. Councilmember Yambe.
I think I agree with Councilmember Ayala on this, and I appreciate the comments from my colleagues, especially the experiences as a business owner. I give that to you, Councilmember Morrell. And but I do think that the I-9 is the standard, and that's the federal government saying that that is the one that is mandatory, and they made this in whatever decisions voluntary compliance. And hearing the many stories of this, we're okay with errors in this system, but we have problems when government overcharges or has some other mistakes in other areas of permitting or whatsoever. So I think there's an inconsistency here. And so I want to be consistent on whatever we can. And this, to me, is, again, duplicative. It is flawed. It's not, and of course, is any government system perfect? No. But I certainly expect a system that we put so much faith in to have more to it and not have these errors where you can't even easily change, a mistake. And so, until they come up with a better system, or until they make it mandatory, then I think that this is unnecessary. And I do appreciate, the testimony here, because I think that we do need to improve on service delivery. I think that we do need to create more efficiencies, and I know some of my colleagues will appreciate this, eliminate red tape, and so this is one of the first steps that we can do that. And so I think that I will be voting yes, and strongly urge my colleagues. And I will note that in the time that we've had the last vote, that we have a new executive and moving the county forward, and I think that the voters entrusted him to lead us and lead the council to lead. So I think that circumstances change. So I appreciate the comments, and I will be voting yes.
Thank you for your comments. I will close also with my support of this. I helped support it the last time it ran. I've actually worked on this at the national level, more along the lines of improving the system so that those entities that have to use it, it works. And the point of it is that we are identifying people who do not have authority, do not have visas, documentation to work in this country. And that is the essential point of it. What happens is it flags lots of people, not millions, but enough, where there is an error rate. And it's an error rate that flags people who disproportionately are Latinx, have foreign sounding names, are married because they've changed their names, or maybe they're divorced and they changed their names. Somewhere their name changed, and the LGBTQIA+ community. And when you have a disproportionality rate, you need to fix things. If it was equal across the board, it probably wouldn't be as big a deal, but it's not. It specifically and explicitly impacts demographics in this county disproportionately and in this country. So if it's not something that is necessary, it does not save us money, it does not save us time, why would we use it? So I'm excited to vote in favor of this today and send it off on its way. We will ask, I'm going to ask one more time, any other comments? Okay. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on adoption of O 2025-510?
Councilmember Ayala?
Aye.
Councilmember Krueger? Nay. Councilmember Denson?
Aye.
Councilmember Herrera?
No.
Councilmember Yambe?
Aye.
Councilmember Morrell?
No.
Councilmember Hitchen?
Aye.
You have 4 ayes and 3 nays.
With 4 ayes and 3 nays, the motion is adopted. Thank you, everybody. Okay. We are at Community Forum. Community Forum is a time where I'm going to pause and see if we want to keep, I don't know if anybody's here for Community Forum, stay with 2 minutes, go back to our regular 3 minutes. I feel like I want to reward anybody who wants to say for Community Forum. Okay, so we're going to give you, we're going to, because, no, not 5 minutes. So we are going to go to 3 minutes. I threw a curveball to Mr. Weinsberry, so he's looking for a timer and getting us set up, but we're going to we're set. See, this is how good we are. So you have 3 minutes. I will remind you that Community Forum cannot be about anything that was on the agenda today, but anything else that is significant to this council, this county, is fair game, and we'll start in chambers for those of you here. So is there anybody who would like to address the council on anything that wasn't on the agenda today? And you have up to 3 minutes. No one's coming to the chamber, or no one's standing up, so we will go online. And Mr. Hurd, I see your hand. Sorry, were you going to call him out? Okay. Mr. Weinsberry, will you please start? Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair. For any members of the public who wish to provide comment, press the raise hand icon in Zoom or star 9 on your telephone keypad. Madam Chair, looks like we have one hand this time. Name is HP.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I chuckled also. I've come to read that our single source aquifer is finally being realized in Pierce County as not without an end in sight. Like most places in the world that draw their water out of the aquifer, it runs out. The replenishment rate is not going to keep up with the demand that we have on it, besides not complying with the federal government. Now, years ago, when this was a problem with Tacoma, they needed water, they drew it from Spanaway Lake. Well, you can't do that anymore because it's polluted. And then they looked around and they saw that the Puyallup River could be diverted into Kapowsin Lake, and Kapowsin could become the settling pond, and then they would have a continuous supply of water. Now, I don't know what plans are being addressed, but for the future, this should be addressed now. Pierce County doesn't have a lot of reservoirs to speak of. They have a non-connected water purveyor system, and besides, some of it's not even supposed to be connected, but it is. So please look into the fact that the water source for the ever-expanding population and densification in these areas has already caused certain water purveyors to reach the point where they could not draw any water out of the ground. They had to go elsewhere. Lakewood was an interesting safety catch for the water. So please look into and plan ahead and prepare ahead in time so we don't have we have good water, because according to what I read, it looked like almost a third of the wells that are coming out don't really meet the federal qualifications for good water. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And at this time, Madam Chair, there are no other hands.
Seeing no other hands for community forum, we will close it and bring it back before the council and see if there is any other announcements. So I'm going to go to Councilman Morrell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to compliment my colleagues for a civil debate on some very tough issues for some of us. And I just appreciate that we, can have civil discord and still, be friends and get along, and, we'll live to fight another day, now that I'm so beat up. But anyway, I just want to make sure that everyone understands it. Sometimes I kid certain individuals, but it's all because I do respect you. It takes a lot to get elected to this position. And so I appreciate staff for hanging around. Ms. Long, thanks for guiding us. And so with that, thank you. Have a good evening. And I'm not going to be here in the morning.
What? Thank you for that. And I just want to compliment the in-district meeting last night. So we had the tallest meeting last night. We have the longest meeting so far this year. We'll see what happens. And also acknowledge that we have another in-district tomorrow. Hopefully not going till 9 o'clock. Okay. In University Place. And then I just want to, one quick announcement around, it's Hunger Awareness Month starting next month. And this weekend we have the Hunger Walk. People are gathering and people are really hurting right now as prices continue to rise, as food banks are reducing resources they have available. And so if you can participate in any of the activities that are happening across the county, or if there's a food bank or pantry in your community through a church or an organization, this would be a great month to make sure you reach out. They do it intentionally because school is getting out in a month-ish. And so it's always a great time to kind of reaffirm and do a little community work. Thank you all for the disagreeing agreeably, having the dialogue. You took the words out of my mouth with that portion of just like we treated each other respectfully. We stayed at the dais, we had the conversations, and I think this is what I want government to look like. So thank you with everybody for being here and the staff, and have a wonderful and safe drive home. We are adjourned.